Bank versus Judea and Samaria. That's not one of the arguments I know, but I follow this fairly closely. I didn't know two-thirds of what I learned in One Jewish State, and we're going to continue talking after the break here. We're going to play it tomorrow morning in the first hour, and I'm going to keep recommending to the audience, go out and get One Jewish State and at least be aware of the argument for Israeli sovereignty over Judea and Samaria and the Puerto Rico example. We're going to talk about that after this break. Stay tuned.
But you absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Far too many veterans who served our country honorably are now homeless. Glenda Williams is a U.S. Army veteran who faced homelessness along with her 5 children. Glenda was struggling to keep up with rent and basic living expenses. She lived in a dilapidated unit with rodents and mold. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Homeless Veteran Program provided Glenda with not just shelter, but also a safe and secure environment where she and her children can thrive. Imagine what it means to a veteran like Glenda to know that people like you were there to make sure her family had a safe, stable home and a solid foundation to build a new beginning. For Glenda's family and so many others like them, friends like you make all the difference. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-TERM-LIFE. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of
Fox
affordable.
on film.
I'm Anna Eliopoulos. In theaters, the latest Francis Ford Coppola sci-fi film, Megalopolis. An architect played by Adam Driver is tasked by the federal government with demolishing and rebuilding the city.
My plan is a city that people can dream about.
But faces opposition from the mayor, who likes things the way they are. Giancarlo Esposito, Aubrey Plaza, and Shia LaBeouf also star. Also in theaters, the animated film, The Wild Robot.
Sometimes, to survive, we must become more than we were programmed to be.
An intelligent robot named Roz, who ends up stranded on an uninhabited island, partners with the native animals to care for an orphan baby goose. On Apple TV Plus, Wolves. A fixer is hired to cover up a high-profile crime, only to find out someone else was hired to do the same.
I don't need your help. Really? Yeah, really.
George Clooney and Brad Pitt unwillingly team up to finish the job. That's Fox on Film on Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
This is a Fox News alert. The U.S. helps Israel fight back. I'm Lisa Brady. As Iran launches the largest ballistic missile attack ever on Israel, U.S. naval destroyers joining Israeli air defense units to fire interceptors and shoot down missiles.
Initial reports suggest that Israel, with the active support of the United States and other partners, effectively defeated this attack.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken condemning the Iranian attack as the U.S. and Israel warn of consequences for Iran. Pentagon spokesman Major General Pat Ryder.
To be crystal clear, as Secretary Austin has said, should Iran, its partners, or its proxies use this moment to target American personnel or interests in the region, the United States will take every necessary measure to defend our people.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says President Biden and Vice President Harris were monitoring the attacks from the White House Situation Room. Israel reopened its airspace and told residents they could leave shelters about an hour after the attack, which came just hours after Israeli troops crossed into South Lebanon, continuing to target Hezbollah. Some cargo ships are already in limbo with no one to unload them as port workers strike along the east and Gulf coasts. Longshoremen's Union President Harold Daggett telling Fox Business.
You know how many people depend on our jobs? Half the world. And it's time for them and time for Washington to put so much pressure on them to take care of us, because we took care of them.
And President Biden is applying some pressure on shippers, urging a fair contract in a written statement that highlights record profits for some since the pandemic. The alliance representing port employers says it proposed a nearly 50% wage hike yesterday. The union also wants protection from automation. On Wall Street, a sell-off. The Dow down 173 points at the bell, the NASDAQ plummeting 278 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, I'm Felix Camacho. I'm here to humbly ask for your support for Sean Gumatao for Senator. In these very difficult times, our island needs leadership that is experienced. He understands the local issues, the federal issues, the regional issues, and I believe that if we vote him in as Senator for Guam, that's the leadership we need in these most critical times. Please vote Sean Gumatao for Senator.
I'm Sean Gumatao, and I approve this message.
Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. Senator Chris Duenas' Malik legislation will put more police officers on the streets, and Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas. Focus, balanced, ready.
I am Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
A long road ahead for survivors of Hurricane Helene and the storm's aftermath in the southeastern U.S., especially in parts of North Carolina.
Not only are the buildings gone, but the land that the building sat on is gone. I mean, this is catastrophic. The infrastructure has been decimated, and this is going to be a really, really long recovery for our area and our people.
Zach Dasher lives in part of North Carolina that's been devastated by the storm. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas saying today that Helene will be extremely costly and take years to rebuild. Rapper Sean Diddy Combs, who's in jail and awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges, now faces a flood of new accusers. A Houston attorney says he represents 120 men and women making sexual misconduct allegations, including 25 who say they were minors at the time, and that he expects to file lawsuits within the next month. An attorney for Combs says he categorically denies any claim that he sexually abused anyone. Defense attorneys accusing federal prosecutors of leaking information about the probe that led to the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams, citing New York Times articles published in the past year. They're seeking a hearing and sanctions against the Justice Department.
Mayor Adams told reporters on Tuesday that grand jury testimony is done in secret.
We have a system of justice where we try cases in courtrooms, not in boardrooms or the streets.
Resisting calls to step down as mayor.
I will be at my court appearance tomorrow, and I don't need an acting mayor because I'm an actual mayor. And I'm going to continue to lead the city. That's what I was elected to do.
Adams is charged with 5 federal counts, including bribery and fraud.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. October off to a rough start on Wall Street between the port strike and Mideast escalation. The Dow dropping 173, the S&P down 53, the NASDAQ more than 1.5%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Half a day. My name is Anthony Chargloff, Mayor of Inalahan. I'm reaching out to all my family and friends to please come out and vote. Help support Tony Ada for Senator. Tony Ada has helped Inalahan. He was a board member of the Menengo Memorial Foundation, and he, along with the other board members, approved and helped build the Inalahan Memorial, in which Inalahan people are always going to be forever grateful. While Tony was in office, he had passed notable bills. Please come out and support Tony Ada for Senator.
I'm Tony Ada, and I approve this message.
Half a day. This is Carl Gutierrez. I have known Vic Garza and his family a very long time. He comes from a legacy of public service. Vic has the heart and dedication we need in the legislature. When I was running for governor under the Democratic banner, Vic, who is a staunch Republican, openly supported my candidacy. Now I am here to do the same for him. I ask all my family and friends to cast a vote for Vic Garza in this election. He will serve us well. Thank you.
I'm Vic Gaza, and I approve this message.
See Nissan Guam first. Whether you're looking at the bold Sentra sedan or the rugged Frontier pickup, you'll get advanced technology, bold styling, and agile performance. Both come standard with Safety Shield 360, Nissan's full suite of safety technology. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:07 on Wednesday, the 2nd of October. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Two 12-year-old boys are now in custody after making threats against BMS and FBLG Middle School. Both face charges of terroristic conduct and destruction of evidence. These incidents follow the arrest of a 16-year-old boy for threatening JFK in an online video. All three are currently confined at DYA. Recent threats have led to school closures and stricter security measures at public schools. Police continue to investigate multiple cases involving local high schools, working closely with the FBI. Parents are urged to monitor their children's online activity. Meanwhile, a 32-year-old K.R. Rosa, also known as Jabber, was arrested Monday morning after trying to break into a Dedido Airbnb. Police say he was caught tampering with a sliding glass door at a home near the Micronesia Mall. The renter heard pounding on the front door and then saw Rosa attempting to enter through a back door. After being told to leave, he instead gestured to be let in. Police found him in the driveway. He admitted he didn't live there and apologized. He is charged with attempted criminal trespass and is being held on $500 bail. We'll have more news after this.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
Veterans are voicing frustrations about services provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs, which is based thousands of miles away in Hawaii. Senator Telo Taitagui's Resolution 472 aims to establish a regional VA office on Guam to better serve veterans in the region. During a public hearing, veterans shared personal stories of delays in care. One veteran mentioned it took him 2 months to get eyeglasses. Others, including Congressman Jim Moylan, emphasized the need for better data and resources to support the resolution. And the Westin is bringing back its Let's Drink to Pink campaign for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For the entire month of October, $2 from every Grande and Venti Starbucks pink drink purchased at the Mix will be donated to Guam Cancer Care, which is facing funding shortages and plans to cut some services. Funds raised will help provide vital support services and resources for families affected by cancer. The Mix is open daily from 6 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Hey, let's see what we got for you here today. What is Wednesday, right? Wednesday weather. unching along here. We got isolated showers in the forecast today. Partly sunny skies, highs near 88 degrees. There's easterly winds 8 to 13 miles an hour today. For tonight, mostly cloudy and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. So where's all those scattered showers and thunderstorms they said that we're going to be loading in today? Well, it looks like they've been moved to tomorrow. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for Thursday. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. East winds 5 to 8 miles an hour. Don't bother the Typhoon Twins. They're busy erecting the Taipei 101 tower.
Oh, I saw them.
The Agano Shopping. Oh, you swung by?
Yeah.
Did they let you handle their
logs? I said they're not done yet.
What?
Slow.
Why aren't you finished?
Slackers.
Cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs near 88. Mostly cloudy Friday with highs near 88 degrees. Mostly cloudy Friday night. Overnight lows of about 77. So there it is. There's a forecast over the next couple of days. Heat index will feel like 96 today. 40% chance of rain. There's rip currents and hazardous surf conditions out in the water, so be very careful. The sunrise this morning was about right now, 10 after 6 o'clock is when it is scheduled. We'll have sunset tonight about 6:10. In the meantime, let me see if I can get some new pictures of the sunrise from Jeff over at Pirates Cove, eastern side of the island, looking good. And if that wasn't enough weather, go to the Pirates Cove website and check out the Weather Center page that Jeff has got all set up just for you. 6:11 in the morning, news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at Kim and Ron in Security Title. They'll do the title research, they'll take care of all the escrow, and they'll cover a couple of other loose ends that may pop up. They do it better than anybody else. That's Kim and Ron at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I hope you're feeling Wednesday as well. The theme for today is She Looked in My Eyes and Said, Unce. Unce. That's the energy. That's the feel that we all ought to have as we make our way into the middle of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled to be here with you on the radio and all of the different platforms. We got streaming all over the place. We got video feeds from ThePOINT.gu and Rumble.com, Facebook. A lot of people on Facebook and YouTube that have figured out that this is the spot. This is the place where there's just going to be an unbridled and unedited and rather cheerful look at what's going on in news and headlines from here and around the world. Boy, you know what's dangerous is the Middle East right now is dangerous.
Popping off, man.
Whoa! You see, the Twitter is just jammed with videos of people watching Iranian missiles land. The Iron Dome. I don't know if it's broken, if it's out, but the Iron Dome was not functioning, and it's just steady streams of these rockets that are coming into the city, and absolutely spooky. And heard in the Fox News, they needed the help of the assistance of the United States to be able to dispatch some of those rockets as they were coming in, and that's what happens, and you just got to wonder, what are the other steps that are going to take place? Israel is not going to let this lie, and my guess is that they have already started to turn on their plans to retaliate hard against Iran here.
Non-stop revenge.
So but unfortunately, we're not the only players in that part of the world. You're still getting the most bizarre images of towns that have been absolutely wiped out as a result of that Hurricane Helene that went through the Gulf. And one other piece of news that is a little bit distressing is the dock worker strike on the East Coast. The guys, the architects of this strike are meant to destabilize the United States of America, and the costs are going to go through the roof on goods if you can get them. However, all is not lost. A lot of people had seen this coming because they've been telegraphing it for a while, and so some of the smart operators, wholesalers, retailers, manufacturers loaded in some heavier than normal orders because they knew there was going to be a strike. But still, for things like perishables, well, we'll get more information. There's folks that we like to talk to about these kinds of things. But just a crazy, crazy morning. All kinds of stuff that is going on in October of 2024. I wonder how many of these things are going to have an impact one way or another on the election. You know, I mean, the presidential. I mean, forget
Everything.
Ours is already over. I saw the numbers from KUAM. It's already over. Don't even bother voting. I'm just messing around. But anyway, so and we'll talk with those guys a little bit later on as well. But I wonder, to what degree are some of these rather large deals that are taking place right now? To what degree is that going to have an impact on the election? Moving forward, is Kamala the one that you want to trust dealing with the Teamsters and the dock workers? Is Kamala the one you want to?
She'll just change her accent.
Work on.
And everything will be smooth.
She did it again yesterday. Yesterday. She went all city girl. With the guys,
For
but
sure.
anyway, so there was that. Do you trust Kamala to try to negotiate some kind of a settlement between the Israelis now and Iran? You think that's going to happen? Do you want you want her dealing with recovery of the South? I mean, we're hearing that from all over the place. Is if we change the name of
Send in
Asheville
comedy relief
to Ukraine, maybe we'd get something going on. Maybe there'd be some kind of an action and budging out of the White House and the vice president out there in the world somewhere. So you never know how all of these things are going to conspire to change the future, to change the path of the future. We'll keep talking about it, and you'll keep making me talk about it. I see what you guys are chatting about on onlines, and some of that's going to get on the radio. In the meantime, I got to do shouts to my buddy Real Joe Cruz.
Sup.
Savannah, you couldn't find a newspaper today?
What's good? No.
Did you get out?
There was no paper.
Yeah. How is that?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like, don't feel
Middle
like
of the week.
I don't feel like getting the newspapers out to the stores on. Oh, never mind. People don't need the newspapers.
You can't fire me.
As long as Ray Gibson is on the radio, people don't need that as a source for news and information. Donna is our source for news and information, and despite the fact that there's no newspaper lurking here in the studio, it'll all be all right. The thing that I miss about not having what
yes, you're going to be okay.
Everything will be fine. No, don't be anxious about it. Take a breath. Breathe. Hold on to something firm.
Calm down. Tranquilo.
Darth Vader thing. Anyway, there's a bunch of stuff in the table of contents, up to and including, ladies and gentlemen, the Miss Asia Pacific International is back.
What's this?
What? It's a beauty pageant.
Okay.
We already have a contestant going. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the picture up on the screen. My click there. Okay, there it is. This lady on the screen right now is Keisha Lee Larenas. I don't know if they say it that way in the Philippines. Maybe
Spanish.
it's Larenas. Among the candidates is Keisha Lee Larenas, a full-blooded Filipino representing Guam, who expressed her excitement about being a part of the competition. And she said it this way, totally girly voice. You'll have to imagine it in your head. She says, where's the thing? There it is. I'm so happy to be here and to represent the beautiful island of Guam. We haven't had pageants in Guam since before the pandemic, so I'm honored and humbled to be here. Guam is also breaking barriers in this year's pageant as the age limit has been raised to 30, allowing Lorenas to compete. She says, I think I'm the oldest contestant. That's one thing I really want to advocate for. Beauty doesn't have a time limit. Hold on, wait a second.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Beauty doesn't have a time limit. It doesn't matter how old or how young you are. You can do whatever you want as long as you set your mind to it. Representing Philippines is Blessa Erica Figueroa, who couldn't contain her excitement about fulfilling her long-term dream. And then we've got there's maybe some pictures floating around on the internet somewhere.
Bring pageants back.
Yes. The short chick pageant. Short chick pageant. We gotta have it. We gotta have a short chick pageant on Guam because everybody says, well, you can't do because you got to go all the way to the stage.
Key category.
Can't participate in any of these competitions, and you're just not tall. Just don't have enough legs there, Guam girl. To which I say, no, they're still beautiful, but they all still cop attitude. So
huge attitude.
I'm just saying.
Troublemaker.
It's something that we've got to work on here.
That's the oldest sister in the family.
Miss Asia Pacific International, after 5 years without it, is back, and we send off Keisha Lee Lorenas with our hopes for a stunning and incredible victory at the Asia Pac pageant in the Philippines. 6:21 in the morning. Yes, wave your senior citizen flag. I'm the oldest one in the competition. Yes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and go and represent all of the other 30-year-old hot chicks here on Guam, and some of the hot guys. Anyway, 6:21 in the morning. Lots and lots to talk about in the table of contents. But first of all, we have to welcome all of these beauty contestants to our realm.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
He's not number one on the list, but Jerome McDonald had checked in yesterday and heard me make a reference to something that you see at the gym every once in a while.
Yeah.
We're talking about dogging molding shorts, and Jerome didn't, apparently not a gym going guy on Guam, and maybe unfamiliar with the concept. We were talking about these the Air phones that they've got, the big headphones that Apple makes. They're over the ear. They're available now at Beyond the Box, and they're part of a uniform. I've seen it. Every time I go to the gym, I see it. It's the girl. It's the girl. And she got the hair, sometimes in a ponytail, and she got the earbuds on, so basically saying, go away. Don't talk to me. I'm working out. If I want to have a conversation with you, I'll take them off and talk to you. Otherwise, don't look at me. But then they got that don't look at me thing. But yeah, check out my outfit. Would you mind? And
like this outfit?
Part of the outfit now that I've noticed that a lot of girls are wearing are these. They look like they're butt forming or dog informing.
Oh, I need
shorts.
Those.
You've seen those, right?
Yeah, I need it for myself. It's make the booty pop.
You're right, exactly. I think that's exactly what they're
like
for.
Zuzu.
These, and you can buy them on Amazon. They're May round. I'm sure that's not the only brand. Women's Workout Gym Biker Impact Shorts, Scrunch Bum Seam. There it is. Butt lifting, high waisted. Athletic fitness shorts. It's a long title for this particular style.
Yes, a long lie.
But if
that's the longest lie I've ever heard.
Thank you very much. But maybe Jerome says that's gay pants. Why? Because they're pink?
It's not.
They come in different colors. I mean, they're not all pastel colors. I mean, you can get them in grays and
black.
Nobody wears the black one because that's the whole point of it. Is we want to see the additional curvy part here. That's why we go to the gym, to enhance that curvy region here. And all I was trying to do was sell headphones yesterday. Sorry for all of the confusion. As I said, he's not number one. Let me just scooch up here and see who is. I think those shorts would be really good for like unsing. You know, on a Wednesday when you're trying to get your unts on, go and grab a pair of those shorts. At number one here, looks like Auntie Bennett Lohan Dueña saying hi. She said, let's go, Ray Gibson. Okay, I will. Let me see. Ismail talking about Iran fired 200 ballistic missiles at Israel on October 12, 2000. The USS Cole was attacked by Houthi terrorists while in Yemen. The ship suffered greatly and the crew lost dozens of people. But they did save the ship. Today, the USS Cole was out there and able to fire interceptors to assist in the downing of dozens of those 200 missiles that were fired into Israel today by Iran. Auntie Bennett Lohan Dueña says, re-elect Jesse Lohan for Republican Senator and a variety of other Republicans in there. Scott K. Armstrong. Lori with the wide Dueñas. Dennis Larson, the B-Man, is online saying good morning to Ray, RJC, and Double D. Dennis Larson also sent in some incredible pictures this morning of him and his BA team where they actually went out. Some of this was already on the screen. So here they were. I don't know if this is the before or after.
The Hornet Busters.
Hornet Busters. And so they had to go to the what do you call it? The cliffs, limestone cliffs of Malolo, apparently, where somebody had seen. Look at the size of that. That looks like it's something out of an alien movie. It's just one big, massive hornet nest. And it's the kind that we don't like, the murder hornets, the bandit hornets, whatever. And so they donned their ghost-busting flamethrowers and went after them. This is cinematic.
Yes.
I'm telling you, it is cinematic. The scenes that we've got here. Might be able to get some video up on
It's
on
like
the screen.
Stranger Things.
Right? Yeah. Just they're in the upside down and they're
Torch them.
Yeah. Yeah, light them up. Don't cross the streams. Don't cross the streams, guys. They'll light up a whole nother planet. We get into another universe. Dogs and cats, and Republicans and Democrats. Yeah. I need one of those. I wonder if that's one of the fire things.
Christmas is coming, Ray.
That the guy that was setting things on fire over at American Medical.
Oh, that
they
guy.
busted him. They busted him, by the way. We'll get to that story. Henry Manglotia is online. Big man Rico Blancaflor.
Baba Yaga.
Let me see. Mark Mendiola checking in. Brittany Tollefson blowing us emoji kisses here this morning.
Oh my
Love
God,
it.
Britt.
Let me see. Auntie Bennett, Lohan, Duaneus, JB, St. Nicholas, Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsutu says, unite. It is. What? It is? Okay. Henry Manglotnians and let me see, I'm looking for some new names. Now they're all talking to each other again. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, saying good morning to everybody. I got Auntie Jay Nauta. Sorry, I was going to say Auntie Bennett again.
TJ.
But I went to Jay now. His name is Jay. Crap, don't let it stick. Don't let it stick. Stephen Blake.
Real guy. Morning guy.
Auntie Stephen Blake is online. Lori with a Y saying, good morning, Ken. Let me see. Zerot Young is online. Ken Augustin and Bandit hanging out with us. So is we're all strong like Eric Chong. Mike McCartney saying, good morning. Dennis Larson will take out the Hornets, all of them. Michelle Conception sending your morning greetings. Hava Gemma Bustamante, good morning to you. Ismail, more with Ismail. With the strikes at the ports, the recovery efforts from the hurricanes will be difficult. Prices in the mainland will go up. West Coast facilities shipped to the east via trucks, and shipping to the islands will be strained, increasing our prices higher than they already are. Great news! Let's pay more for
Just
stuff.
make some lemonade, Ismail.
Francis Duffy online. Ali Malakas, Margaret Estacio saying, good morning, buenas and half a day to you. And Andrew Terlahi, Brennan Fosto's hanging out with us this morning. There's Jerome asking me about the Doggin molding pants. And now you know, Dennis Larson says, all Hornets must die. Simon Sanchez says, pray for peace in the Middle East. We are blessed to live in Guam and starting our day with the Point Familia. I will take care of you.
Sorry.
Everybody, listen, if the Iranians get frisky around here, everybody get behind me.
Yeah.
Me and Dennis and Rico and some of the boys, the Pew Pew brothers, we're all going to get together, and we will stand in the gap to protect all of the soy boys and the 30-year-old beauty queens. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada, he'll be right there in the front with us, because you know what, Real Joe, we haven't seen the last of Tony Ada.
Here I am.
Did you see did you hear? He got the endorsement from the other Tony, the mayor of Inalahan.
I did.
Man, that's good stuff, bro. That's good stuff. That's like everybody in the South going to vote for you now. Tattoo Shauna Stickles is online. Tattoo Shauna Fujikawa Stickles saying good morning with the coffee cup emoji. Have a day to you. Let me see. Bandit says Ginger Cruz for Congress. Happy Hump Day. Yay, says the Christine Oliver with a classic unce to take us out. Cecile Bambasuda, buenas and day to F. Ramos. Alicia Duenas Anderson says happy halfway there on Pica's best radio station. Ken Augustin, half the week down already. Happy Wednesday to everybody. Yeah, but it's going to be nice. Brother Tedo's out there. So is Lonnie with an eye solace. My bro Renee Lau. And let me see, Donna D. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Joe Takai wishing his morning his Woostig peeps, Pica's best neighbors.
What up, Woostig?
EOD Kaboom online.
Hot wives.
I wonder if he's wishing that he might be out there in the Middle East helping the Israelis dismantle some of those rockets that fell that didn't go off. That's the kind of thing the man was trained for. Let me see. Carlene Harker's online. Tony Montanotya. Hoi, good morning, Ray and the crew. There's Carol Ann Prune. Let me see here. Mike Grace Bloss. Greg Baznite. Half a day to, let me see, Ken Augustin. Neitz is online. I see Stephen Liz Amagwin.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Rico Blancaflor, and this is debatable. He says butts are nice, but boobies are still number one.
No. No. Let's have a poll. Start a poll, Ray.
I've already got a poll on today. Andy Terlahi that says these shorts were made for the Rocket Ride cycling class. Yeah, whatevs. Okay.
Let them end a bunch of girls in the classroom.
I never did, but I never
it's
see.
Dark.
They're not in the rockets.
And the lights are pink.
When I see those red glares. Thank you, Donna, for the for the Ghostbusters quote. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Nate Horn hanging out. Big sister Shelly on the line says, "Hey brother, can I see you and the other brother before you get on airplanes?" Yeah, there's always that possibility. Will Parkinson, my neighbor's online.
No.
Yeah.
The good senator.
Who will you be endorsing today? Will Parkinson, I'd like a video endorsement of this radio show from you, Brad. Dennis Larson says double tap. Who else is there? F. Ramos and a few others lurking around here this morning. If you're best place to lurk though, if you don't want me to call out your name, is thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. We've got a video player there, and there's no back and forth. There's no link for communications or anything like that. Not like the one that we have on YouTube. Likewise, YouTube, where Deborah Raids is online. Hey, Deb, how you doing?
Morning, Deb.
Hey, where's my Walther? She wanted to sell me a gun.
A new one.
Yes, it was a new gun. Okay. And it was
compact, subcompact,
bro. It was
for concealment.
No. This one here is everybody will know that I'm packing. This one will print through anything.
Dude, what are you hiding
and I'm
there?
Dude, I appreciate that. Like the guns, very pretty. But for me, I've been thinking about a Walther. Just something like James Bond small. So I'm looking for something like
sexy.
that. Yes, exactly. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. Speaking of sexy, Tommy Napati is there. MPO Go online. There's the supervisor, the adult supervision for the YouTube side. Rico hanging out over here as well. Tattoo Sean Gumatau online saying good morning from Zema Bustamante, looking for the boys on this side as well.
Zema.
From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Mr. Octo 13 says good morning, Ray, and happy hump day over there. Well, it's good to have.
Doing okay, huh?
Yeah, seems to be. Renee Lau is online. George Mackers, I reached out to George yesterday. And I'm starting to feel bad because all of a sudden I'm remembering people that I know in South and in that old Gulf area going, crap, I should have
all right?
Should have checked on these guys like 2 days ago.
What do you say, George?
Anyway, so he says, I owe you a call now that I have dry clothes.
Oh.
So apparently he might have gotten himself a little soaked.
Himself.
Renee is on this side as well. There's the way it is saying Hoik, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, plug in her favorite Republicans on this side as well. Wait a second. She just retracted somebody. Brother Ted's over here. Not the FBI says, oh, my BBL. What are those shorts? Wait, first, what's a BBL? That's what he says. Not the FBI says.
I think that's the big butt lift.
Oh, my BBL.
I think that's like a surgical procedure. Maybe. I could be wrong.
Guam JKS Services says Trump Vance 2024. Hey, don't forget they got the Gizmo today. The debate is taking place today. You should be able to see it on. I think it's on KUM and Peacock. So we'll get you details on that a little bit later on. 888-825-5888-TALK. What's that? HKG last night. Meteor coming into Guam this morning. Not sure what that means, but Indigo Cargo. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say
that's cold
Colin,
words, man.
Colin, you need to explain a little bit more.
Emergency
it's a picture
action
of a
message.
pretty plain out there, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. Bad Boy 671 online here this morning. Colin's online saying good morning to everybody. You got stuff you want to send out. 888-825-5888-TALK. Mean Machine clearly online this morning. And every once in a while, if I have the feeling that I might need to do a little bit of heavy load lifting, I will find some memes to put out there and put up on the screen, including this, the trend for spicy everything continues. Okay. We got pumpkin spice. We've got all kinds of different spicy flavors. I tried a new chicken sandwich over at Stack's last night. Went in for the burgers, but yeah, they've got, and it's a pica chicken, and it's really, really good. And so I'm looking at this flaming hot toilet paper, saying, maybe there is some kind of a match that goes on with that. And they got those.
It says pot on it.
Those Korean what?
Oh,
right?
Why does it say pot?
I don't know. Why it says pot. You know, they got those Korean
It's
wings
high on
over
pot.
at KFC, and those are so, oh my God, spicy as well. So if you got something you want to share with everybody, AI generated or not, 797-8255 is the deal. Dennis Larson, yes, Walther PPL 38 plus P would be adequate to my needs, because I think I can put that in my running shorts.
Yeah, you could.
Right, I can put it in my
Yeah.
little running bag where I keep my hydration and
little
my
purse.
car keys and stuff like that. Just put my little Walther in there, and the next time that damn black bird tries to attack me, hold my hilt and
Pow,
bang
pow,
bang,
pow, pow, pow,
matao. 8:35 in the morning. Sorry, 6:35 in the morning. We got
I was about to go home, bro.
the day I
Time for the final lose
We apologize for the Japanese jet lag.
jet lag.
Gomenasai.
Who taught Donna that word?
What?
It's a Beavis and Butthead word. Something
I
old.
watched Beavis and Butthead. That was my favorite show.
Okay, so now it's time
those
for
were our
Donna
role
D
models.
Yeah.
with a look at news and headlines this morning. Buenas and Apade, what am I missing?
Authorities are investigating 2 recent homicides, but both cases remain unsolved. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio stated that the investigations are ongoing and the victims have not been identified. One body was found in a burning home in Derrida, while another was discovered in Jigo. Police say there is no known connection between the 2 deaths, and they're asking the public for assistance. And GMH has started a 90-day self-pay amnesty program running until the end of the year. This program offers patients a 50% discount on self-pay balances for services before September 30, 2023. GMH employees and those with payment plans may qualify. Patients involved in motor vehicle accidents must provide an insurance settlement or police report. Self-pay accounts make up about 14% of GMH's revenue. And residents of Zotnya will experience a scheduled water outage from 8:30 this morning to 3 o'clock this afternoon. GWA will assess and repair a main line leak during this time. Affected residents should prepare by storing enough water for their needs. GWA will provide updates and encourages customers to check their website for more information. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, gotcha. You know how much we hate those little captcha things?
Yeah.
Where you get, show me here's a picture, where's the street light, which one is a motorcycle, what's a bicycle,
Yes.
all of that stuff.
You're
And
not a robot.
I was talking with the guys from GTA yesterday. They came in and showed off the iPhone 16s that are available there now. And I was thinking, you know what, we got to sort out. You know, you got to make it so that we now will have the capability of using AI to fill in all of those little captchas and prove I'm not a robot.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody was already working
So
on
the
it.
robot's going to prove that you're not a robot for you.
Exactly.
I like it.
AI bots now beat the traffic image captchas 100% of the time. AI agents can outperform human CEOs, or a couple of other stories here. New research shows that AI models like the YOLO image recognition model can now achieve a 100% success rate in solving Google's image-based CAPTCHA, which is still used on millions of websites, which I hate. I will make decisions every once in a while on whether I want to do business with a company if they've got
Based
one of
on
those
that.
visual captcha things. Because
Yeah.
apparently I never get them right. Apparently there's always one little box
It's
that
a
has got a
firewall.
remnant of a fire hydrant or something that I didn't see. And then it sends me all the other stuff. And the ones where they get those little wavy letters and numbers, I freaking hate those
I hate
too.
those,
I
man.
hate those worse than
Yeah.
worse than picking up trash.
Who invented that, dude?
The devil invented that. By training the model on 14,000 labeled traffic images and implementing additional steps, there are 14,000 of these things. And then I think people from Guam have seen all 14,000. Just in the PDN's thing, to get on the Pika's Best?
Yes.
Yeah, we saw all 14,000 of those. Anyway.
It's a labyrinth.
Implementing additional steps like using a VPN and mimicking human-like mouse movements, the researchers created a bot that can consistently bypass the CAPTCHA system. While previous studies achieved only about 70% success, this new research highlights that AI is now capable of surpassing human-level CAPTCHA solving performance. Which, let's admit this, people, humans, it's not that big of a deal to pass us. That's why there's 14,000 of these things.
You're so weak as humans.
As AI becomes more adept at tasks once thought to be exclusively human, capture systems will need to evolve with the focus shifting towards more subtle identification methods like device fingerprinting, devices and biometrics and things like that.
They're going to change it up, Ray.
But we are at that place now where we've got a girl from Guam that's going off to the Miss International pageant, number 1, and number 2, we've got AI that can sort out, that they can prove that I am not a robot. A robot is now proving that they are not robots. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. In 20 minutes at 7 o'clock, I'll be right back.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
Senator Will Parkinson knows that your home is your castle. That's why he fought to expand the Castle Doctrine, empowering you to protect your family, your property, and your rights. With Senator Parkinson in the legislature, your right to defend what's yours is stronger than ever. Senator Parkinson stands for your Second Amendment rights and your right to protect your home. Strong, decisive, and committed to your safety. Let's re-elect Senator Will Parkinson.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
I know it. It's 6:41. This is the Ray Gibson Show, and it's going to get hot today. At some point, they said it's going to get hot. And when it does, Hafaloa, that's the only thing that you got to remember. Get in the car and drive over to Hafaloa and check out all the incredible frozen desserts and tasty cold treats that they've got for you, including shave ice and assorted beers. And you throw that in there because not everybody wants the the shave icy thing with the coconut and the halo and Letizia flavors and all of that. Some people just go, "Hey, you got beer here?" And the answer is yes. It's Hafaloa. Of course, we've got beer here. But they've also got some great plates that you can enjoy: terry chicken plates, salmon poke. They've got a deal called the Guam Bomb. Got to try that. Poke nachos, the babui nachos, and shrimp burgers, and plenty more. It's a great taste treat and lots on their menu. So check them out today at Hafaloha. I got to take the pretty girl off the screen? Fine. Here's the traffic. Let's take a look and see what's going on your roadways. Click into the northern end of town because that's usually where the action is right about now. But not a whole lot of action. Wednesday morning, people lunching along here up in Jigo. No major stops there. A little bit slower at the intersections, but everything is groovy all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3. And the only major traffic pattern I've got working up there is around Ukadu right now. You get to Micronesia Mall onto Route 16. That's good all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Most of Route 15, that's the back road, looking pretty good. Route 16 clear all the way to 8, 10, and 16, as I said. And we've got Marine Corps Drive, a little bit of intersection traffic. Should lighten up after you pass the Kmark area and make your way southbound into Tamuni and the downtown Hagåtña area. Only a little bit of traffic on Route 4 right now. Route 8 running clear. Route 10's looking pretty good from south on Marine Corps Drive from the, let me see, Ad Loop all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. Just a couple of spots that look like it's going to slow you down. Around Dead Man's Curve, a little bit slow down there. And I'm looking at north and southbound traffic around the Port Authority, looking like it's slow over at that intersection. Maybe some police activities, or maybe it's just a couple of slow guys yakking with each other on the roadways. We'll see what happens. 6:43. If you see something, say something. Let me know about it. 888-8255, or take pictures of it and send that to 797-8255 so I can put it up on the screen and let everybody see what's going on. No need to capture anything. I will not force you to show me that you are definitely a human. Now 6:44. Be right back.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Afterday, I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, lower airfares, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There's so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much. Suzuus Maasi, and Maraming Salamat po. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Hi, I'm Tom Fisher, and I believe in a woman's right to choose. I'm running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature, and I will continue to fight to protect those rights.
Attorney Tom Fisher is running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
That's it? Nobody's going to pop in and say, approve this message? I'm Ray Gibson, and I approve this message. Wendy's brought back the 2 for $4 breakfast deal for your morning cravings. This is the way it works. You choose from between the sausage biscuit or the sausage and cheese English muffin. Then you choose the sides. Maybe you want some seasoned potatoes. Maybe you just want a hot coffee. Those are your choices. Pick 2 for just $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I spent a little bit of time yesterday talking about the future of AI and how all of those things are going to be. We will all very, very soon have access to the most sophisticated information tools that we need for decision making. Just everything. The AI is getting so much smarter than any average person. It will begin like Siri, like Alexa, like Hey Google, but it will expand deeper into that so that we will all have access to a variety of personal assistants, experts in like every field, even the world of business. Can you imagine if you were a businessman and wanted to be able to think and make decisions and put together plans like some of the big moguls of the biggest industries that we've got out there? Yeah. All of us will be able to do it. You want to talk about a great leveling device? If it doesn't actually take over the world and create robots that will eliminate the human species off the planet, as science fiction says it's going to do. Otherwise, AI replacing a CEO might seem far-fetched, but a recent experimental demonstration says that GPT-4o can outperform human participants in strategic decision-making tasks. In a simulation of the U.S. automotive industry, GPT-4o consistently outperformed top human players in product design, cost control, marketing responsiveness. It struggled, though, in unpredictable events like market collapses and strikes and all of that kind of thing. So it was dismissed by a virtual board that they had put together for it. But it is working to highlight the strengths in data-heavy, short-term optimization, but it also its limitations in handling long-term flexibility and black swan events. The experiment suggests that AI won't replace human CEOs, but can augment decision-making, enabling leaders to focus on strategy, ethics, visions for sustainable growth, if that's important to you and the company that you're operating. But I just think it's amazing where the technology is taking us right now. And how am I using that technology? How? Wait a second. Hold on. What was the... Hold on. I don't have. I didn't send the pictures. I didn't send the pictures in from my grok time yesterday. But let me see. What was I fascinated with? Japanese tourists and dolphins. There's a couple of other ones here. I was trying to get an image. Maybe I'll send a couple of these in. An image of a girl wearing a. Like a 80s band T-shirt with no armholes and no neck holes and things like that. And it almost got it. Almost got exactly the image that I was looking at. I'll put it back up on the screen for you. But still, it all kind of amazing. Girl at the beach, got the bikini on, and she's got the shirt with that just says The Clash on it. I was kind of hoping it would have the one of their album covers, but it didn't quite make it. But otherwise, indistinguishable.
Wow.
Indistinguishable.
They always make them thin
from a human being.
You can't ask it to make her thick, like maybe medium thick.
If I say that they're Chamorro girls from a certain village,
okay,
yeah,
That'll
we
work.
get
I'll
thick
try
and
that
we
one.
get thick and medium thick. Anyway, 6:49 in the morning. That's where the technology is headed, ladies and gentlemen. And apparently there is no stopping it. So figure out how to get cozy with your AI and start looking at some of the easy ones and figure out how you're going to find ways to be able to use it in your business. As I've said many times, if you've heard me read an ad. There's a really, really good chance that the ad was written with AI. If you've received any kind of correspondence from me, any kind of like important looking correspondence, like a contract or an agreement of one kind or another, guarantee first draft was on AI, and then I looked at the rest of it, sent it over to a buddy of mine that's a bit of a better legal thinker than I am, and then sent the whole thing out. But that's how I am using AI to be able to get out from under doing anything mentally cumbersome. You get to things like NDA, non-disclosure agreements. Those are a pain in the to put together. Yeah, so that's where I'm going. Anyway, so we got a couple of other headlines and things that I can share with you now. 2 12-year-old boys now have been arrested in connection to these violent school threats. Did you see that? Did you see it? The story yesterday was a 16-year-old, and now apparently there are 2 12-year-olds that likewise have been busted. Now the 16-year-old
parents.
That's kind of.
I want to know who the parents are, man.
I'm asking in the online poll today at ThePOINT.gu. I got to refresh this. Today's listener poll: should the teen terrorists be charged as adults? Yes. Now, and even the 12-year-olds. I don't know.
But they should wrap the parents in.
I'm definitely I'm definitely using the phrase terrorist. Number one, Doug Moylan said terrorist yesterday. Number two, I think when you do things like that, you do step into a realm where you're trying to cause anxiety and fear and that kind of thing. That's what terrorism is all about. And so that's what these kids are involved in. And so I asked the question, should the teen terrorists be charged as adults? It feels like it should be a binary answer, but it's 2024, right? Okay, everything is non-binary. So I threw this in. Yes, no, and parents should be charged. The parents should be charged.
Yes.
Isn't that what you're just saying, Real Joe?
Okay.
You
Here we go.
Same thing as like, okay,
charge him.
We'll
just charge the mom.
The boys.
Oh yeah.
They'll have to go
not the dad's
bang
fault,
erasers.
That's the mom's fault.
Bang erasers on the flagpole. Or write 1,000 times in the blackboard, I will not be a little terrorist. I will not be a terrorist. I will not be a terrorist. While the kids are functioning, are doing that form of punishment, then the moms and dads can be held accountable by, I don't know, cleaning the bathrooms in the schools. There, where the kids messed over, we're aiming their threats at. Exactly.
Yeah.
Something like that. So I don't know. I'm not the attorney, Joe. I'm not the police department or the legislature. I'm bigger than all of them. Sorry, just messing around. But it seems to me that the correct answer is in there among those. Should they be charged as adults, and should the parents be charged? You can go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. Oh, and do me a favor. If you got a big event coming up with your whoever's, your groups, nonprofit or profit, religious, I don't care. If you got something that you want people to know about in a big way, because a lot of people hit our website, then just go to thepoint.gu. In fact, let me get this up on the screen so that you can see exactly where to go if you're watching us on the streams. It says community and then submit an event. And when you click submit an event, it will bring you to a page that will ask you nothing but easy questions, guys. Your name, email, location, things like that. If you've got any details that you want to add to it, start dates, end dates. If you've got images, if you've got like a poster that you want people to look at that has more information on it that you think that it doesn't fit anywhere else, then you're also likewise welcome to upload that poster. And you can also upload posters that have secret messages to me. and only me, because I'm the only one that gets to see any of all of that stuff. Anyway, so we can make it so that if it's something that happens every week, like the SMG 5K or the Drink and Stink thing, the 5K that they do on Thursday nights, then you can make it so that it repeats all the time. And is there a capture in there? Yes, but it's an easy one. All you need to do is click on where it says "I'm not a robot," and then we'll get the thing on. Once I get it, I will generally go ahead and approve it in the same, I don't know, 1 or 2 hours. So we've got all kinds of methods for you to be able to get your messages out. So the other day, while I was basking in the glow of Tokyo, I got a couple of videos on my WhatsApp, and maybe you saw those videos as well. The first part of it, and I wasn't sure exactly what I was looking at, and it was like a long-ish video, like 25 seconds or something like that, and I'm going, okay, why is somebody sending me a 24-second video of a parking lot? What am I looking at? What am I supposed to see here? So I started, scanning and moving it a little bit faster, and I go, okay, still not sure what I'm seeing. The second video had a dumpster fire and a guy walking through the parking lot. I go, that's it. That's what I'm supposed to be. It's a dumpster fire, and it looks like it's in the backyard of Akimoto's place. And I thought, well, that's not good. So apparently, though, they've caught the guy. KUAM News reporting a man is under arrest accused of setting a dumpster and a car on fire at the American Medical Center in Manila. 24-year-old Raifini Jiko is charged with 3 counts of arson.
No, not Raifini.
Deport. Court document states the alleged incident occurred Friday night. He allegedly admitted to police that he did it for fun after he had been drinking. Did it for fun after he had been drinking. This is why we need an amusement park.
There's no cows to tip. You know what I mean?
This is why we need to have ourselves an amusement park here on Guam, so that so that these young children can go out there and get their loads in, and then go and ride a roller coaster till you puke or something like that. I don't know. KUAM also with a vice presidential debate scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Candidates will debate at 10 tomorrow Standard Time. You can watch as Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz, this is KUAM, square off for the first time and only time in the vice presidential debate hosted by CBS News. Vance is going to clean this guy's clock. Walz had already come out in all kinds of vehicles and venues and saying, look, I'm not a great debater. On the other hand, we've got J.D. Vance,
weird.
Who is a. You want me to say master debater, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Wait, is he going to stumble on master debater? Yes.
That Freudian slip.
There it is. So J.D. Vance and Walz, the debate is going to take place on KUAM TV8 and then streaming on Peacock at 10 a.m. local time. If you haven't downloaded Peacock, you might want to consider it. I've spent some time with it and think it is a fine addition to all of my streaming apps on the Gizmo. 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's a telephone number. A bunch of other stuff that's going to capture our imagination. A couple of minutes away from Fox News, we'll get the absolute latest on what there are, believe it or not, some people saying is going to be the touch point for World War III. If not
again.
I know. Didn't we do this already a couple of times? When the October 7, when
it happens,
everything got started. I thought, well, maybe
yes.
that will be the match that lights it up. All right. Well, I got a couple of minutes to kill between now and the top of the hour. Let me just go over some football scores. Many of them that you've already seen. It was the Cowboys over the Giants last week, 20-15. Bengals beat the Panthers 34-24. Falcons over Keenan McCausland's Houdat Saints 26-24. I got the Texans over the Jaguars 24-20. Let me see. Did the Broncos beat the Jets? Yeah, but only by 1, 10-9. Vikings over the Green Bay Packers. Sorry, Dr. Shea. Vikings 31, Packers are 29. A couple of the other Monday games included the Colts beating the Steelers, the Bears over the Rams. I got the Buccaneers beating the Eagles. Look at that, 33-16. And my Niners, that my beloved San Francisco 49ers managed to beat the Patriots.
Wow.
30-13
They won.
in that game. Yes, they won. Unlike when they got beat the week before by San Diego. Let me see. Commanders over the Cardinals. That was 42-14. You want a lopsided game. The Chiefs against the Chargers. Chiefs 17 and the Chargers got 10. Raiders squeaked by the Browns 20-16. My buddy was all hoarse from yelling at the Raiders all the way through that game that they better win. I got the Ravens over the Bills 35 to 10. And yesterday's games, wow, Titans beat the Dolphins 31-12. The other blowout was the Lions kicking Seahawks butt 42-29. And every time it looked like the Seahawks were going to catch a break, the Lions caught a bigger one and crossed the goal line many more times. And I think that's how it works. I got to break away. Got Fox News Live coming up. We'll find out the latest on the strike on the East Coast and the Iranian strike against the Israelis and the weather down south. Here it comes, Fox News on the Point.
This is a Fox News alert. Israel survives a second attack from Iran. I'm Lisa Brady. The Israeli Prime Minister says Iran made a big mistake and will pay for today's ballistic missile attack on Israel, as the U.S. also promises consequences.
Make no mistake, the United States is fully supportive of Israel.
President Biden says he directed the U.S. military to actively support Israel's defense and that the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective.
2 U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers fired about a dozen interceptors at the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. It's not clear how many missiles were hit. The USS Cole and the USS Bulkley fired the interceptors. Both guided missile destroyers were based in the eastern Mediterranean to help defend against Iran's anticipated attack.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. Vice President Kamala Harris was with President Biden in the Situation Room monitoring the attack earlier today and said moments ago she fully supports the president's order to help shoot down the missiles. Former President Trump campaigning in Wisconsin.
The whole Middle East has been unraveling, but of course the whole world has been unraveling since we left office.
Calling the current administration grossly incompetent, as the Harris campaign warns a second Trump term would bring chaos. President Biden defending the response to Hurricane Helene, noting that personnel and supplies were pre-positioned before the storm hit.
Still, with all this preparation, this was a hurricane of unprecedented and historic proportions.
During a cabinet meeting, he says he's now directing his teams to send every available resource.
For the past several days, I've been in regular contact with the governors, the mayors, the county officials in all affected areas. That includes Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and Virginia.
Hundreds of people still unaccounted for, more than 150 known dead. America is listening to Fox News.
The FHP Flu Clinic is Saturday, October 12th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the FHP Health Center Annex in Tamuning. Free for most insurance members, including Take Care, Medicaid, Medicare, Stay Well, TRICARE, and GovGuam self-insurance. For non-members, $40. 65 and older, a high-dose vaccine is $125. Bring your immunization and insurance cards. Call 671-646-5825. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
The longest living U.S. president is 100 years old today and still at home in Georgia.
Governor Brian Kemp, a Republican, declared it Jimmy Carter Day in the state of Georgia. The White House placed a large birthday greeting on the North Lawn with the number 100. And President Biden posted a short video on social media honoring former President Carter.
Put simply, Mr. President, I admire you so darn much. May God continue to bless you, Mr. President. You've been a good friend.
Although Mr. Carter entered hospice care at his home in Plains, Georgia in February of 2023, family members say he still follows politics, current events, and his beloved Atlanta Braves.
Fox's Jonathan Seri at the Carter Center in Atlanta. We're just learning today that a star of groundbreaking TV shows died recently.
John Amos, who starred as the patriarchal figure James Evans Sr. in the series Good Times, and the cultural sensation Roots, died August 21st in Los Angeles. He was 84 years old. His son, Kelly Christopher Amos, released a statement which read in part, "He was a man with the kindest heart and a heart of gold, and he was loved the world over. His legacy will live on in his outstanding works in television and film as an actor. Amos played an adult Kunta Kinte in the ABC historical miniseries Roots. He also had roles on The Mary Tyler Moore Show and All in the Family, and in the Eddie Murphy film Coming to America and its 2021 sequel. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Not only the Mideast escalation, but a port strike rattling the markets today as some 45,000 longshoremen members walked off the job from Maine to Texas. The Dow dropping 173 points. The NASDAQ with the biggest plunge, down about 1.5%, or 278 points. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
I'm Tony Ada. I passed the Castle Doctrine and Home Invasion Law to protect Guam's families. So like you, it angers me when I see these career criminals smiling in their mugshots, because they're more protected than the victims. No more. I will introduce the Take Charge Act to take away the keys from these violent offenders and keep drugs off our streets. But I need your vote. Please remember me, Tony Ada, number 2 on the ballot. Si Jesus Maasi, maraming salamat po, and thank you.
Join us for a night of hope at the 3rd Annual Purple Gala, proudly presented by Victim Advocates Reaching Out. This year's event is on Saturday, October 12th at the Hyatt Regency Grand Ballroom with our theme, Guput Chamorro Futmat, a celebration of Chamorro strength and resilience. Tickets are just $130 each, or get a table of 10 for $1,200. Every ticket supports Varo's victim services and operational costs. Don't miss this memorable evening of cultural pride and heartfelt solidarity. Your support lights a path to victim recovery and reaffirms our commitment to a safer, stronger Guahan. Call 671-477-5552 to secure your tickets now and stand with us against domestic violence. Special thanks to the stations of Choice Broadcasting, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point.
Nissan Guam is looking for first-time car buyers. See Nissan first and get our best prices and easy financing without a cosigner. Get a brand new Versa as low as $143 per paycheck, Sentra as low as $161 per paycheck, the Kicks as low as $164 per paycheck, and the Frontier as low as $239 per paycheck. Pre-qualify for financing at NissanGuam.com today. Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Get ready, Gotham. It's time for the premiere of Joker, Folie à Deux. Join us Friday, October 4 at 7 p.m. Regal Cinemas as we dive deeper into the madness and mayhem of the iconic Joker. Want to be among the first to witness this chilling sequel? Tune in and let the games begin. We're giving away exclusive tickets to the premiere. Tune in to the stations of Choice Broadcasting, The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Experience the madness on the big screen. Joker, Folie à Deux, brought to you by Black & Gray's Studio.
And by JV International.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 34-year-old Raifini Jico is facing arson charges after setting multiple fires in Manila on Friday night. Police say Jico admitted to starting fires for fun after drinking, including burning a vehicle, a dumpster, and trash bins. The fires destroyed a vehicle at the American Medical Center and bins at a nearby residence. Jico has prior convictions and was arrested on Monday. He's being held on $1,500 cash bail. If convicted, he faces up to 15 years in prison. A relative told police Jico, who was seen throwing burning cardboard into a trash bin before setting fire to the car and dumpster at the clinic. Meanwhile, a Superior Court judge has denied another motion to disqualify Judge Alberto Tolentino from a criminal case. This motion was filed by the AG's office, stemming from drug possession charges against defendants Devin Chigina and Rose Lynn Baca. Judge Dana Gutierrez ruled that the AG's office did not file their motion at the earliest opportunity and knew about the familial relationship between Judge Tolentino and AG Doug Moylan. Gutierrez's ruling is her sixth on the issue. Following similar decisions by other judges, Tolentino has presided over several cases involving the AG without objections throughout 2023. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Education officials are requesting $47 million in supplemental funding for fiscal year 2025 as the new fiscal year begins. GDOE faces a budget of $256 million, but their needs exceed available funds. Ed Board Chair Mary Okada warns that after covering utility costs, there will be little left for supplies. The special meeting focused on how the funding would be allocated, with $10 million designated for facilities and maintenance. But Vice Chair Angel Sablan expressed doubts about securing the full amount due to competing requests. The department also seeks updates on ARP funds, aiming to extend the liquidation period for those funds to March 2026. And twin brothers Brandon and Landon Eidlet have begun construction on a 20-foot replica of Taiwan's Taipei 101 Tower at the Aganya Shopping Center using nearly 100,000 toy timber logs. The project will commemorate Taiwan Double 10 Day and is part of the Tower for Humanity initiative. The tower won't seek to break records, but the community is invited to volunteer in the construction. The project also features the second annual Construction Guam food drive with nonprofit B. Heartfelt. This is the fifth tower built by the Eidlet brothers since June of 2022, each benefiting those in need. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Actually, it's not 20 feet. It's a 28-foot replica that they're going to be going after. This
What
thing
did
is
I
going to
say?
be.
I said 28-foot replica.
That's okay. I just want to make sure everybody knows how big this thing is going to end up being. 28 feet, almost 3 meters worth of 10 meters worth of height on this thing. Taipei's Taipei 101, commemorating their double 10. So hopefully they'll be done by then. Real Joe wanted them done already this morning.
Yeah.
Why aren't you finished yet?
Get her done, man.
What's up with that?
They identify as twins.
7:11 in the morning. I've got isolated showers and partly sunny skies. Expected daytime highs today about 88 degrees. We've got east winds 8 to 13 miles an hour. What have we got? Mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Winds out of the east again 6 to 9 miles an hour. And do I have any images of sunrise this morning over at Pirates Cove? There it is. Oh, wait, that's not sunrise over at Pirates Cove. Sorry about that. This one here, a little bit, if you gotta,
oh my God,
you gotta squint and take a look at the mermaid playing with the dolphins on the eastern side of the island. Just a great looking morning. Weather for tomorrow might be a little bit trickier. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast, but so are partly sunny skies with highs near 88 degrees. So might be in for a mix of both of those kinds of weather. Mostly cloudy on Friday. They're predicting mostly cloudy Friday evening with a heat index. It'll feel like 96 degrees today. Yeah, with a 40% chance of rain. Rip currents and hazardous surf could be working on the beaches and reefs of Guam, so be careful while you're out there. Sunrise was at 6:10 this morning. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:10 as well. Wait a second. Are we talking? Are the days and the nights equal?
We're not going to see this for another 35 years.
Or next week. I'm not sure. It's the way the cosmos work. 7:12. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Trick or treat, you're so sweet. Give me something good to eat.
It's back. Celebrating your Halloween with Whopper Wednesday. Every Wednesday in October, visit any Burger King restaurant and say, I love, love, love the Whopper. And get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or halvesies and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Call your mommy, goblins and zombies, and get your Whopper Wednesday treat. Happy Halloween from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy El Babawi. Together, they specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. I always give the website because gas is still over $4.50 a gallon, so swing by the website first and then find out about some of the great deals that they've got there. They like to put them in terms of how much it's going to cost you per paycheck. Super low price on the Versa, $143 per paycheck, and we already say 35 miles per gallon combined with that. Sentra starting as low as 161 per paycheck. Kicks as low as 164 per paycheck. And they've got great mileage on these things as well. The Sentra gets you up to 35 miles to the gallon. So low payments to the bank every month and not a whole lot of money that you got to spend over at the gas station. There's more to it. Get yourself a test drive. Find out what the terms and conditions are at NissanGuam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
714, Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255-888-TALK. Online right now from my meme machine. This is not a real Japanese person. This is not a real Japanese person in a Kill Bill, training outfit.
Yeah, that's like the original, like Bruce Lee jogging suit.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. It's but she might have gotten that from him, but that's that. Every time it just blows me away. So I go to Grok and go online and play around with the AI and just throw a couple of different phrases at it and see what Grok comes up with. So this one was yesterday was a Japanese woman wearing a Kill Bill style track suit, zipper all the way down, and that's what it sent up this morning. And they give you a whole variety of them. But the thing is, you take a look. These are not real people. There's the artificial intelligence just kind of puts it together and says this might be what the guy's asking about, and then all of a sudden,
wow!
What?
My mind says it's real.
Exactly.
But my body.
7:15 in the morning. Where is that technology going to take us? All right, back into the realm of reality right now, and there's a whole lot of real going around. If you've been looking at your Twitters this morning, which is where I go for my national and international news, there's a bunch of stuff, real scary stuff. Considering the kind of weather that you and I go through and that we understand here, can you imagine the level of devastation in some parts of the country where there is zero infrastructure? There's no radio, there's no television, there's no internet, there's no power, there's no water, and you've got no way to be able to figure out how or when it's going to be coming to your part of town. So a lot of people have sorted out, okay, I got a truck, and the truck makes electricity. If I can put maybe a Starlink on that, but don't have access to all of the banking tools that you need. So a guy named Sean said, hey, Elon Musk, can you make at Starlink free for the next 30 days in the disaster zone? It's really slowing us down, setting these up, and I'm putting them all on my personal card. Gift cards won't seem to process, and I think this guy might be a sheriff in one of the towns that they're working. Elon Musk saw this and responded, we are making a system update to allow all Starlinks in the affected areas to work regardless of payments. Software update hopefully completed tonight, tomorrow at the very latest.
Yes.
Elon,
that's our president.
Yes, best president ever. Best president ever. Unbelievable. I don't know what he's going to be able to do to help the Israelis in this battle now that has taken a new tack for the Iranians with over 200 missile strikes that were attempted landing in Israel from Iran. Rather blatant, and they even called in the help of the USS Cole, the name that you'll remember from 2000. They even brought in the assistance of the Cold to help knock some of those missiles out of the sky. 7:17 in the morning. Those are a couple of the big stories that are being reported on nationally and internationally. But the big story here, I think, for a lot of people that are wondering to what extent it's going to impact Guam, is now the several thousand dock workers that went on strike effective midnight Eastern time last night. We're when is that? What's the trickle in process for shipping here on Guam? My buddy Charlie Hermosa was in the game for a long time. Might have been following that around over the last couple of days. Good morning, Charlie.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Don D and Real Joe. Good morning.
Hey, and just real quick, while I've got you on the line in front of me, thank you so much for helping out with the program. I'm probably not going to ask you to do it anymore because everybody's just raving about what a great job you did.
No. Thank you. I mean, it's been fun. People, that I run into, they're like, hey, it seems like you're having a really good time. I'm like, I am.
Are you Ray's replacement? Did they finally kick him out? My God, I'm so tired of him. Anyway, but I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled, and we got a couple of opportunities as I've already reported to the audience. I will be broadcasting Monday's show in its entirety, all 4 hours, if we can pull it off, from Las Vegas, where we're going to try to entice as many Chamorros in the West Coast area to come back to Guam for the holidays and see if we can strike gold again with the prospect of lowering the fares with United to be very, very attractive. Not just for individuals, but maybe for whole families to come back to Guam for the holidays. You know how it is. You've been here long enough where you got people that fly in and out when somebody gets married or somebody dies. I want people to come back to Guam because it's the holidays, and this is where you need to be for that. And then, so I got to fly, and you know how it works. You lose a day coming back, so it'll be Tuesday and Wednesday with Charlie Hermosa on the program next week. And I'm not hearing any complaints from anybody on that plan. So thank you again for that. 719. All right, so we got this guy, multi-millionaire. The guy makes $1 million a year working the union, got a 74-foot yacht, and the last guy that dared square off on him was found decomposing in the trunk of a car. I'm not making this up. We're talking some heavy-duty big shots out on the East Coast, and they finally pulled the trigger on this strike. What's going to happen next, Charlie?
So, funny you say that because, if you look at the history of the union foreman, a lot of the unions were formed out of New York. So, talking about bodies being found, but it's been a few decades before the last strike that happened. And so right now, hopefully, the word on the street is they're going to try to get this buttoned up, the contract all signed within weeks. If it starts going into months, that's going to be where we need to start looking at being concerned, because if you look at if we look at strategically where Delaware, for example, Delaware is one of the most strategic points of receiving fruits and for example, bananas and so forth. So if they're not able to get bananas past a couple of 2 to 3 months, then they're going to start reaching out to where the strategic points on the West Coast are, which is San Diego. So, and that is where we get our bananas from. So, we need to start really looking at that within probably 4 to 6 weeks. If it still keeps going on, then it's going to be hitting a critical point. But as it stands now, I've spoken to actually a few distributors on the West Coast. They're set to be able to. We're good. We're good right now for the next. I would say next. What they were saying is about they have inventory for the next 1 to 2 months, and now again, when you look at
and you just hope this isn't going to last a long time. But I've also read somewhere that this guy's been running his mouth for a long time, and a lot of people knew that something was going to happen, and loaded up with additional goods. I mean, your wholesalers and manufacturers and things like that, assemblers, they loaded up on everything prior to this strike. So they've got, as you point out, standing inventory in warehouses so they'll be able to keep their product pipeline going for a little bit. But over the longer term, a little bit more dicey, and certainly with consumables on the East Coast of the United States, it's going to be kind of tricky as well.
No, exactly. So the consumables are the critical point. I mean, they're going to hit a point on the East Coast where they're going to have to, replenish the inventory. And if they can't get it on the through the ports on the East Coast, they're going to start reaching out to the Midwest, to the West Coast, where the ships are coming in. So, but
I mean, if you go to the mid coast, the middle of the country, and the West Coast, then we go from one problem to another because there's still a transportation issue, getting it either on a rail or a truck from California from SeaTac out to the East Coast.
No, absolutely. The demand is going to go up, and so that's the other point, right? I mean, if you can only get things off the West Coast of the Midwest. prices are going to start going up because the demand's going to go up. And if you're the only supplier of a specific product coming from out of the Midwest or the West Coast, that product's going to start going up. But as you've seen already, right? If you go to Home Depot, I mean, we Christmas, right? Halloween was already up in July. Halloween was up in July already, right? Mm-hmm. Halloween was up in July. Christmas is already, in full effect. So, the last 2 or 3 years has really allowed us to understand exactly how far back we need to go to be on the safe side when it comes to making sure that we have enough inventory for the seasonal aspect. Mm-hmm. So, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. And so if it's not in the water, like, as I say, if the product is not in the water, then you're late right now. But for the most part, that's what we'll keep an eye on is the fact that a lot of the consumables that we're going to get off the West Coast, if they start reaching back and tapping into our resources, that is something that we need to look at. Because,
there's the pinch on the supply.
Yes, that is going to be the pinch. So as it stands right now, we're okay. But if they start reaching into our supply chain off the West Coast, that is worse. So like San Diego, we get a lot of bananas out of Ecuador, Guatemala. We get them to San Diego to LA to Guam. But if they start reaching out and tapping into that resource, then that is where we may be a little bit, impact. But that's the one thing. Hopefully, they can get this thing resolved within the next couple of weeks. But that's the nature. So if you look at the beverage, if you talk to the beverage folks, they have a good amount of stock for the next. They were telling me almost.
When you say beverage, do you mean beer? Are you talking about stuff that you and I need?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just say, if you talk to the beer guys will tell you that they've stocked up, and we have nothing to worry about. We will not exhaust the supply of beer here on Guam based on what's happening on the East Coast of the United States of America. But it's just wild. We're talking about the numbers of people that are involved in this right now. And there's also talked about Taft-Hartley, but that's going to be interesting given that there is a Democrat in the White House who claims to be the most pro-union Democrat in the history of the United States of America. And for him to take an act like invoking Taft-Hartley and getting these guys back to work might be seen as hostile to the dock workers and the strikers.
This will be a defining moment for our president to be able to see exactly how he steps in, and the vice president, right? So she's running,
the last time they did that was in 2002, but George Bush was the president then.
Right. No, exactly. So. But the way things are, obviously we understand the climate that we're in as far as the elections coming up. They have to be very, very careful exactly how they're going to work. Because the unions have not taken, even though for the first time, we had a union at the RNC convention, but they've since come back and taken sort of a neutral role. I'm not saying that they've supporting one or the other. But this will be a very critical point. This can be very interesting. This could decide a lot of things when it comes to elections. So it's going to be very interesting. But we're hopeful that they get something done within the next couple of weeks. It looks like even everything that's going on with the hurricane Helene.
Well, this is it'll slow down the recovery process for sure. Yeah. So that needs to be factored into all the conversations that these guys are going to be having. 7:27 in the morning. Charlie Hermosa, always a pleasure hearing from you. Hopefully I'll be able to get you a thank you very much drink between now and the time that I get back on the airplane, so you can sub for me on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Right on?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll see you, buddy.
Have a good one. Okay.
I will. 888-8255-888-TALK. That's the telephone number. So now you've got a little bit more of a sense on what the local impact might be. I think we're set to jet for just a little bit. If this thing goes for the long term on the East Coast, could put some pinch on the West Coast supplies going out there, and that additional demand might mean for higher prices on some of the things that we have not yet stockpiled around here. 7:27 on the Ray Gibson Show. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Point coming up in a couple of minutes. First, we'll take a look at what's going on in the market here today. How are they reacting to all of the news that we've got? I mean, we got the destruction from the hurricane. We've got the destruction in Israel from the Iranians, and now we've got the strike, and that is leading all of the markets down. S&P is off by 53 points. Big loser for the day looks like it's going to be the NASDAQ, off by almost 1.5% here, 270 points in the red for them. Dow Jones Industrial Average off by 173 points. I got the FTSE up by 40. The Nikkei picked up 732 points. Nikkei banging today, 38,651. Hopefully that's good news on the exchange rate and put more Japanese butts in airplane chairs to Guam. The Hang Seng Index is up by 501. Shanghai up by 248. Great days in the Asian markets. DAX looking bad here, off by about 111 points. On the commodities, wait. Big loser was the NASDAQ, right? Led down by PDD Holdings, Paychex Inc., Diamondback, Constellation, and Baker Hughes. At the round bottom of the NASDAQ are ARM Holdings, MongoDB, Moderna, Global Foundries, and CDW Corporation. The commodities look like this. Oil took a big jump here today, up by almost $2.60, $70.76 today for West Texas crude. Yesterday it was $68 and about 29 cents. Gold, $2,684.80, up by 25 points. Is that a new record for gold? I'll check while Jerry's doing the extra point. Taking a look at some of the other numbers here, the Forex exchange. Let me see. Japanese yen, 143.7. It was 143.87 yesterday, so fairly flat. Philippine peso right around the same range, 56.32, tiny bit weaker than it was yesterday. And the South Korean won at 1,324. It was 1,320 yesterday, so I don't know if that may mean less the Korean hot pants getting on airplanes. The real Joe point in the financial portion of the program, Bitcoin, me brother.
$62,041.
When I got into work, it was 61,008 was what it was, and now you said it was 62.
62.41.
62.41.
It's not that great.
No, it's interesting to see the big jumps one way or the other in such a short amount of time. And we're only talking about an hour.
Yeah, NASDAQ was, I was up late last night. NASDAQ was right at the point the market opened, which is 11:30 p.m. Guam time. It just plummeted. And that was on the news of the war breaking out. Or the
It's funny you used that phrase, the war breaking out. Right. Iran has sent dozens and dozens, hundreds of missiles into Israel, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like the heavy lifting components of their Iron Dome were working, because the video that I've been watching all morning long, it's just a string of missiles that just seem to be raining down and nothing to stop them. Apparently, the United States Navy took some active steps to try to annihilate some of those missiles as they were coming in, but there's no way you can catch them all from a ship, right?
Not if you're going to, lob hundreds of them at one time. Yep. And that's kind of something we should be thinking about here too. If you get an Iron Dome here, and they're shooting enough things at you,
how much of the Aegis Ashores and the THAADs and even the uninvented technology that we're talking about. Yeah. That's why these are important stories. And they are. And to the degree that the government of Guam and the military have gotten together, I think they had a big sit down yesterday. But I think that was all socioeconomic issues and what's going to be happening with housing and how many of these hundreds and thousands of new military personnel and their dependents are we going to be able to get through the Department of Revenue and Taxation for driver's licenses and registration and all of those things that people need.
Yeah. All that stuff.
Yeah.
All those numbers.
Jerry Roberts is in. It must be time for the extra point. Yesterday, he got to start talking about trying to renew a couple of things online and in person. You heard the online story, and now the rest of it with Jerry Roberts, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you. Today, again, part 2 of our conversation on renewing subscriptions. And this should be a happy thing for both the subscriber and the person of the company offering the service or product. It didn't work out that way for me this time. Lessons are there to be learned. We'll get back into it next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
So yesterday, I told the story of the mainland service provider that had offered me a 50% discount on my renewal. I missed getting it by a couple of minutes, and I wrote to them telling them why I missed it, hoping they would provide the discount link anyway. Sometimes they do those things. Well, they didn't. In fact, they didn't even acknowledge my message. All they said was no, and that if I wanted to continue, it would be at a much higher price. I could grab a Black Friday deal in November and come out about the same, but you see, it was the poor communication that stood out for me. Okay, now that was the first of 2 customer service experiences I had on Monday. Number 2 was not online. It was in person, and was a negative for a different reason. It was another annual agreement. The service is decent, but no better than any other similar offer in the market. No better, no worse. So it made sense to stick with this provider. Let me step back a moment to say that this was the 3rd contact this company had made with me to secure the renewal. On the first one, a month ago, I inquired about a potential upgrade that they may be offering, but the upgraded service isn't yet available. On their second call a week ago, I said I wasn't sure I'd stay with them and would give it some thought. I wanted to make a last-minute check of the landscape and the competition, as I heard rumblings that there were possible changes coming. In the end, the changes weren't what I wanted, so I decided to stay with the current provider. I went into their office to do the paperwork, and it didn't get off to a good start. The service rep informed me that there was a price hike involved. Now, I didn't recall anything being mentioned about a price hike in those previous 2 phone calls, and I told the rep that no increase had been discussed. Now, here's where it came off the rails. The rep responded, and this is not verbatim, but is accurate as to content. Quoting, "According to the notes on your record, the price increase was discussed with you in the previous contact made," unquote. Again, not exact, but that's the gist of it. So what did the rep do there? If you think that the rep called me a liar, well, yes, you're right. Now, do I think this was his or his intent? No, probably not. They likely have been trained that way, and when the customer disputes something, they go to the notes that are available and they respond accordingly. And the issue is not that the rep was countering my point, but in how it was done. Once again, it's not always the what that's the issue, it's the how. What we had was a different understanding of the circumstances. He said that I had been told about the increase, and I said it had never been mentioned. If you're already ahead of me, you have figured out an important point here. I was involved in the earlier phone call, but the rep was not. It is possible that the person who made the call thought they had mentioned the increase, but didn't. Or they knew they forgot to do so, realized the mistake, and then put it in the notes to cover their tracks. Did it happen? I don't know. Neither did the rep sitting in front of me. All I knew is that the price increase was news to me. So what could the rep have said and done to get beyond the situation? What I'm about to say assumes that the rep has been granted some level of authority to spend a few bucks to satisfy and even delight a customer. In some companies, that's a big assumption, and it's a shame when it is. Here is what could and should have happened. Mr. Roberts, I'm sorry for the confusion. Would it be okay for you if I suspend the price increase for the first 6 months? I'm confused too, and doing this would seem to be fair to both sides. If you agree, we can wrap this up quickly. Or, second option, Mr. Roberts, I'm sorry for the confusion. Would it be okay for you if I give you an extra month of service to compensate for the increase? I'm confused here too, and doing this would seem to be fair to both sides. If you agree, we can move forward. Don't miss the key point here. The rep would immediately recognize a conflict between the notes on the record and what I had stated, and understand the potential trouble there. If it's a he said, she said thing, as noted, so does he want to go back to that or move forward and try to solve it? Instead of drawing me back into a back and forth on what was said, the rep goes for a solution that would likely please me and conclude the transaction. Customer service is not hard when you train people right and equip them with a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of authority to solve simple problems. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Well, and thank you very much for those clues, and those are the kinds of things. And maybe you manage somebody that's in customer service and has to pick up the phone and talk to customers. Maybe you are the customer in this case, and Jerry's also given you a pretty handy roadmap of things that you might want to ask for or ways that you might be able to negotiate in these renewal processes. Because my guess is that most companies would prefer to keep your business if they can, and would be willing to give in to certain concessions if you ask. Negotiations can be fun and money and time saving.
Yeah, otherwise you lose a customer. It took you money to get that customer. And now, if I renew, it costs you nothing to get me back.
The lifetime value of a customer, it's an easy equation to figure out if you put some time and effort into the spreadsheets. And once you know how much it's worth to have a guy like Jerry Roberts that's got some influence on the radio and can tell people about businesses that he likes to use and services that he renews on a consistent basis, that just adds to everything. And we're all influencers anymore.
Yes, sir.
7:40 in the morning, Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Do you need a lozenge? Do we have a halls around here? Something like that?
I'll find one.
Have you been out cheerleading or something?
No.
Been watching football all day yesterday. That's what happened, right?
Go Lions.
And you were
I
like,
guess.
what happened to the Seahawks all day? Hey, no, not a Seahawks guy.
Cigarettes and karaoke.
that was it.
Cigarettes and karaoke. And if you maybe that's the cure. I don't know, Joe. It could be. All right, Jerry, I'm going to let you run. Go get some lunch and get a ready. You got training today, don't you?
Not today.
All right.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake when I communicated something to you. Something else is going on, if I may, just for a moment.
Sure. Yeah.
I got through a WhatsApp message last night that's being passed around. Not sure you've heard about it or not. About the need for foster parents.
I did get that.
You
yes,
did get that?
CPS.
Have you mentioned it?
I have not yet had a chance to mention that. I was going to wait and see if we could get Dr. Akimoto on the line because that's where I got my copy of it from, and wanted to see if he was able to get more information. But yeah,
Have you got the number for them?
I didn't get anything. We're on the hunt for somebody from CPS this morning as well that might be able to address it. They are in an urgent state needing foster parents for babies less than a week old. She said she has never had so many babies with no home or someplace to put them. She said she would speed up the foster parent process by doing a simple background check. She asked if I could reach out to families and friends. The babies will be placed in homeless shelters in the meantime, which, according to this emailer, is the worst case scenario. Yeah. So if you know of anyone who would be willing to momentarily help, or even yourselves, that would be great. A monthly stipend to foster parents and block grant for childcare is provided for. So it's not like
how much.
I don't know what those kinds of things turn into. So if you know of somebody, put them in touch. If you're that somebody, then find a way to make a connection with Child Protective Services.
Absolutely. There's nothing more rewarding. Most of the times when you get to be a foster parent, I was a foster parent to a 9-year-old for 3 years, then 12, during my first marriage. And, I mean, that was through the family, so it wasn't no paperwork involved, anything like that. I mean, if you're in the situation with your spouse, partner, I don't know what the rules are, but the point is if you wanted a child, you wanted to care for a child, you want that experience, I wholeheartedly recommend you get a hold of Child Protective Services. They need people who love kids and want to be a loving parent. Don't know for how long. It doesn't matter. There's a need there. If you've got the wherewithal to handle it, I mean, as far as the time to put in to a child, then I mean, they're singing your song right now.
And it's possible that the need has already been filled, but that's temporary. We know from painful experience that there's a constant need. So every time that we read one of these stories about somebody getting arrested or a mom getting pulled over and we've got crystal methamphetamine, if there are children involved, they're generally taken away so that they can be seen to properly in those cases. And it's happening a lot more than I think a lot of people are comfortable talking about. It's 7:43. That is a big issue. I appreciate you bringing it up this morning. Donna D with news and headlines now being brought to you by Half a Day Realty with Auntie Loli and Libby and Saran and Joe D and an entire team of real estate professionals. These guys are good. 588-4232 is the telephone number for them. And my friends over at Burger King, they got spooktaculars all lined up for you. Find out more by hitting the nearest drive-thru at BKU Rule. Now with news and headlines, a little bit late at 7:43. Here's Donna D. What's going on?
Benjamin Narita has been sentenced to 10 years for molesting a young girl known to him. He pleaded guilty to criminal sexual conduct. The victim told officers that the abuse started in March of 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic lockdown. The case unfolded in 2022. Narita was given credit for time served. Meanwhile, GWA has announced a scheduled water outage for tomorrow morning from 10 to 2. This outage will affect parts of Tamuning, including Trenton Boulevard and Jonestown. Crews will be replacing a main valve at Oka Towers. For more information, call 646-4211 or email alerts@guamwaterworks.org. And the second annual Construction Guam Competition and Food Drive will take place on Saturday and Sunday, the 12th and 13th at the Aganya Shopping Center. Teams will build structures from canned goods with public voting on the 13th. Organizations can sign up to collect donations through the 11th. Be Heartfelt and Tower for Humanity lead this effort, expanding services for kids in need across Guam. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, thanks, Donna. 7:44 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. See if we line up some folks to help resolve some of those issues or put more information on those particular fires, like the one from Child Protective Services, looking for foster families, an immediate and urgent need for somebody to take care of babies as young as just about a week or so old. 7:45 on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way. Stick around.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, lower airfares, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There's so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much. Suzuus Maase and Meraman Salamat Po. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
I'm Rachel, mother of 4. Babies born on Guam are more likely to die in the first year than anywhere else in the nation.
I'm Tom Fisher. We have to turn that statistic around, and I've introduced a bill in the Guam legislature to do just that. We have to save the next generation of Guamanians.
Vote for attorney Thomas Fisher. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, 7:46 in the morning, and a reminder that Beyond the Box is on the first floor of the Micronesia Mall. Why is this vital information? Because they've got everything that you need. I'm looking right now at their Instagram page. I urge you to follow them, and then you will literally hear about all the great hearing tools that they've got for you. The AirPods Maxes are in and now available. Those are the big ones that fit over the ears that you see all the hot girls wearing at the gym. And a few of the hot boys. We've got the AirPods 4 now available as well. I believe that they've got even more noise canceling attached to them so that you can block out the outside world while you're listening to your jams and doing your workout. Also, the Type-C charger port. I've got a pair of these that still have the old Lightning one, and maybe I'm thinking about upgrading. If you've already decided on the upgrade, they're available right now at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. 747, a couple of sad notes here for you this morning. John Amos, he was the dad in a bunch of television shows in a movie called Coming to America. You remember the guy that had his own version of McDonald's? It was McDowell's.
Oh, yeah.
That was the guy. He's on. Got a picture of him on the screen right now. Some of you will remember watching Roots back in the 1970s, and he played the Kunta Kinte character in that miniseries, an acclaimed miniseries, and just a bunch of other positions. An outstanding actor. And another guy that passed away, I don't know that you'd wrap him up in the same thing, but we've all watched that Pickers show on television where the guys go in and they dig stuff out. Yeah, American Pickers. Frank. The guy, the Frank guy.
Dude, that guy's a low baller.
Frank Fitz. Yeah.
Low baller.
No low ballers. He was the guy. And always the great stories about all of the findings that they had there. And he has passed now as well. 7:48 on the Ray Gibson Show. Sorry, I didn't realize we had the traffic playing in the background. Let me get some of that up on the screen. Let me get a refresh and find out where the big stuff is. All right, heavy traffic as usual in the Ipao area leading to Waisangsong. Also traffic coming off of Route 3 and the Marine Corps Drive. We got some traffic at Harmon Loop and the McDonald's intersection out there running a little bit heavy. That's for traffic that is going towards Route 16, not away from it right now. I feel bad for those souls because they're going to get stuck in the construction traffic up around Route 16. 8, 10, and 16, very heavy on the 16 side. Looks like busy from about where Tammy Post Office is all the way to the intersection. You're also seeing heavier than normal traffic between Unterland Middle School and Wendy's as you get closer to it, and just slower traffic at the intersection that on the Route 8 side of the intersection. No major dogging out traffic there, but we do have dogging out at 4 and 10, and it looks like we've got a couple of spots in Zutnia that are running a little bit slower than normal, but definitely 4 and 10, leading up to Cost-U-Less and Ordot, and then Sinahanya, the usual slowdown spots on Route 4. Taking a look on Marine Corps Drive from Tamuning into the downtown Agutnia area. Nothing major to warn you about. Tiny bit of traffic over around Polaris Point, but otherwise it's clear all the way to Big Navy in Sumai. It's 7:49. Be right back.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. Get ready, Guam, for the 4th annual Imas Met Good competition. The strongest men and women on island will battle it out to see who's Imas Met Good. It'll be Sunday, November 3rd at the Ipao Beach Park, presented by the Guam Army National Guard. The first event starts at noon. Come cheer on these strong athletes taking on 6 grueling events. This fun event is absolutely free to the public. That's you. Mark your calendar. Sunday, November 3rd at Ipao Beach Park. Also brought to you by your friends at Choice Broadcasting. That's Star 101, Boss 104, and 93.3 The Point.
Get ready, Gotham. It's time for the premiere of Joker, Folie à Deux. Join us Friday, October 4 at 7 p.m. Regal Cinemas as we dive deeper into the madness and mayhem of the iconic Joker. Want to be among the first to witness this chilling sequel? Tune in and let the games begin. We're giving away exclusive tickets to the premiere. Tune in to the stations of Choice Broadcasting, The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Experience the madness on the big screen. Joker, Folie à Deux, brought to you by Black & Gray's Studio.
And by JV International.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruise for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruise.
Paid for by Ginger Cruise for Congress.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right, Axio's coming through with an update on one of the big stories that is leading the worldwide press this morning. Israel has repelled the Iranian strike. A Palestinian in the West Bank appears to have died today in the largest attack Iran has ever mounted against Israel. And if it's the same video that I saw, there was a rocket booster that dropped out of the sky and landed on this guy. Pretty gruesome scene that was captured on videotape. Israel and the U.S. intercepted almost all of the 180 rockets that Iran launched this afternoon. Quote, the Iranian attack was defeated by the U.S. and Israel and was ineffective. It's a great success, said the United States officials. Numerous explosions reported in central Israel, and Israeli missile defense systems lit up the sky as they activated to intercept the incoming missiles. Sirens sounded across much of Israel as the attack began. Iran said the attack was launched in retaliation for a string of recent Israeli assassinations, but that it was now over as long as Israel does not respond with force. What do you suppose the odds of that happening are? Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari said in televised remarks, we will protect the citizens of Israel. This attack will have consequences. We have plans, and we will act at the time and place of our choosing. That's the latest now, a couple of reports all put together for you on what is the big news here this morning. Jerry Roberts talking about being awake and watching the NASDAQ just as the attack was launched, and watched the NASDAQ drift down rather quickly. 7:53 in the morning. Speaking of missiles, a story that I had my hands on yesterday but didn't have a chance to do anything with, and the reason why I thought it was pretty interesting was because it had the guy's name on it, the Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan, that is now asking for and looking into trying to get more information about the nature of the Chinese missile that was tested and was shot in our area. Good morning, Congressman Moylan.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good to be home. For the rest of the month, too.
I did not realize that. Well, I guess you do have some obligations here. I understand there's going to be a debate with KUAM on the 7th.
That's correct. That will be the 7th in the evening, and looking forward to that, and there'll probably be a few more as well.
Gotcha. All right. Well, obviously there's campaigning that needs to get done, but the work of the congressman and in the defense of the island needs to be a concern as well. Post Courier from Papua New Guinea covering this story. Security threats posed by China have emerged as a key talking point for Guam's congressional candidates following the PLA's launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean on Wednesday. The incumbent Guam delegate who was seeking re-election said he advocated for the needed funding for the Guam Missile Defense System being proposed by the Department of Defense. I got to ask you, Jim. I mean, you're a military man. You know a thing or two about the strategy and the tactics here. First of all, do you consider the Chinese and this missile a message being sent? Do you consider it that? And what's the nature of the message, and how well was it received in Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon?
Well, we're ready for the defense of the island. That's my number one priority. Being a member of the House Armed Services and a former Army soldier myself, this is a big concern for us, especially in the House Armed Services Committee. And we at Congress have put in additional funding, whereas the Biden administration didn't maximize the funding for the Missile Defense Agency, specifically for the Indo-PACOM area, and specifically for the protection of the island of Guam. We increased that in order to make things going. So, number one priority, we need to get up to par. This is our focus right now. And as you can see with the buildup, a lot more things are happening. So the whole idea of this is for the defense of the nation and the island of Guam. We're not the aggressors here. We understand China has some problems of their own, and they are willing to see what's going to happen in the east side there, too, on how we handle this, as the United States is going to handle this as well. We're taking the lessons learned in our situation there and applying to make sure that our defense is even better for the island. So it's a great concern, and I'm glad to be in the House at this time, and I want to continue to do that because our voice is being heard, and the people of Guam I want to protect.
I don't, without sounding alarmist, and I'm certainly capable of that kind of hysteria when needed, do you think, because I do, that there needs to be a great focus on the civil defense of the island? I don't know. I mean, we got all hazard warnings for, we got the thing for the typhoons that we got to deal here for tsunamis and things like that, but I don't know that there is a widespread knowledge on what to do in case the Chinese get serious, or in case the North Koreans get serious, in case there is a real threat to Guam and all of her people, military and civilians included. I couldn't tell you where the nearest bomb shelter is here. I don't know that there is any kind of education going on to let people know what they should do in the event of some kind of a missile attack from one of our enemies or proposed enemies.
Well, it's been addressed now. We have been catching up, basically. Our focus was in the east, but now it needs to be here in the west and Indo-PACOM area. Those plans are being discussed as well in the NDAA. We have studies that are required to work with also. And there's no doubt that our military here is just not for the national defense, but also for the people of Guam and the protection of the island. This needs to be protected at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
The Indo-PACOM commander is well aware of that, as well as our admirals here, now that we have a 2-star in command, right, Hoffman. And that coordinates the entire FAA, pre-associated states, in our region as well for the overall protection and uniting each branch of military service that we have on the island. We're putting this together, and also with the Guam Army National Guard, that's a great concern. We believe that the Guam Army National Guard is at the table working side by side with this 2-star general, and they need their assets too. So under the command of Mike Cruz, this is being addressed. And definitely for sure, the National Guard is behind this as well for the protection of people. We know that Guam is strategically located, and this has been our situation, and we've been at peace for over 80 years now, and we're not going to release that at all. So those issues are being addressed, studies are being performed. We're working as hard as possible, and we need to be ready sooner than later.
I've only got Jim about a minute left, and I do want to switch the conversation to another concern that people are bringing up on social media. I'm sure you've seen it because it is beginning to look like the NOAA has now made it criminal for us to be able to pull certain kinds of clams out of the ocean to make artwork out of and cultural sinahis. Update me real quick on the nature of the conversations that you were having with the leaders over at the NOAA.
So when we first saw that out, we were in D.C. and we immediately replied to them. They have since been in communications with us and understand our situation and are willing to address that and make the change necessary. There's no way you can tell the island of Guam that your traditions and your cultures are hurting our marine life. This is what we do on Guam. This is for our purpose. We know what to do correctly. They are removing that. They are adjusting that. And I believe I have a briefing on this with Agriculture, Department of Agriculture. And there's a town hall meeting coming up, too, where people can give their input as well. And we're going to be briefing at that meeting with our updates and showing how we're working with that administration to get rid of those silly laws.
Yeah.
And there's more that we need to do as well. They just don't understand, and we're on it, and we're going to remove that and let them be educated about Guam.
Yeah, don't let them steamroller us like the cockfighting people did. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Congressman Jimmy Craig, appreciate your time. We'll talk again soon. Welcome home.
Thank you so much. Talk to you later.
It's a Fox News on the point.
And ineffective.
The president said he would be speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Former President Trump campaigning in Wisconsin claimed,
I don't want to make predictions because the predictions always come true. We're not going to make, but they are very close to global catastrophe. We have a non-existent president.
Fox's Trey Yangst in Haifa calls this attack significant.
It is the first time, according to Iranian state television, that the Iranians used the Fatah 4 hypersonic ballistic missile. Back in April, when Iran attacked Israel, they didn't use hypersonic ballistic missiles of this caliber, the latest that they have in their arsenal. And so as we look forward, there are major questions about how the Israelis will respond. But Fox News has talked with Israeli officials tonight in Tel Aviv, and they indicate it is not a question of if Israel will respond, but rather when and where.
The attacks from Iran come after Israel took out several Hezbollah leaders in Lebanon over the past few days. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says rebuilding after Hurricane Helene will take years.
In some areas, we are still in search and recovery, search and rescue operations. In others, we are, in fact, in the response and recovery phase.
Mayorkas says FEMA has already approved nearly $2 million in individual assistance. Fox News Radio will be providing live coverage and a simulcast of the CBS News vice presidential debate tonight, beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern. America is listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Half a day. This is Carl Gutierrez. I have known Vic Garza and his family a very long time. He comes from a legacy of public service. Vic has the heart and dedication we need in the legislature. When I was running for governor under the Democratic banner, Vic, who is a staunch Republican, openly supported my candidacy. Now I am here to do the same for him. I ask all my family and friends to cast a vote for Vic Garza in this election. He will serve us well. Thank you.
I'm Vic Garza, and I approve this message.
Democrats are expressing concerns about internet-connected vehicles produced by Chinese automakers in Mexico.
21 Democrats, led by Michigan Representative Alyssa Slotkin and Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown, have signed a letter asking Mexico's new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, to address security concerns about Chinese vehicles with internet access. The letter says the data shared under Chinese Communist Party control could be used for surveillance or cyber attacks. Last week, President Biden proposed a ban on Chinese software and hardware in internet-connected vehicles on American roads. The Chinese government says the concerns have no factual basis and that a ban would violate principles of market economy and fair competition. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Another state goes after a social media giant claiming it harms younger users.
Video sharing platform YouTube, its owner Google and parent company Alphabet getting hit with a lawsuit by Arkansas, which says the site is addictive and that the defendants have deliberately exploited young people and contributed to the state's mental health crisis. The Arkansas Attorney General adding the majority of children aged 13 to 17 report using YouTube every day. Google says the allegations in the complaint are simply not true. There are age restrictions on YouTube, but it's possible for users to lie about their age. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
He was best known as James Evans Sr. on the 1970s sitcom Good Times. Actor John Amos, who was nominated for an Emmy for his role in the seminal miniseries Roots as the adult Kunta Kinte, has died. His family announced today that Amos died in August of natural causes in Los Angeles. His son, Kelly Christopher Amos, said in a statement he lived a good life. His legacy will live on in his outstanding works in television and film and as an actor. My father loved working as an actor throughout his entire life. John Amos was 84. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running for Congress with a plan. You can read it at gingercruz.com. Jim Moylan has no plan, just outdated websites. No solutions, you need to call his office. But here's what he did do. He lost $300 million in compact impact money. He let his good friend in Congress kill compensation for Guam's radiation survivors. And he took credit for money that DOD is getting for Guam. Guam faces real threats and a crushing cost of living. And Washington is where we can solve these problems if you understand how. Congress is tough. You have to engage with members, know what you're talking about, be convincing, and move Guam's issues. From my start in the Guam legislature in 1983 to the Ada and Gutierrez administrations to the highest levels of the federal government, this has been my life's work. I even taught it at UOG. A lifetime of experience means that I'm ready to work for you on day one. I'm Ginger Cruz for Congress. I approved and paid for this ad, and I need your vote.
Senator Will Parkinson knows that your home is your castle. That's why he fought to expand the Castle Doctrine, empowering you to protect your family, your property, and your rights. With Senator Parkinson in the legislature, your right to defend what's yours is stronger than ever. Senator Parkinson stands for your Second Amendment rights and your right to protect your home. Strong, decisive, and committed to your safety. Let's re-elect Senator Will Parkinson.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
Proline
Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Off today, it's 8:07. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 26-year-old Carl Roosevelt Sauce is facing multiple charges after firing a gun during a confrontation in Tumuning. Police arrested him at the Mirage Apartments on Monday night. Court documents state Sauce knocked on a man's door and led him to the parking lot. There, he offered a handshake but refused to let go. Sauce then pulled a gun, pointed it at the man's face, and after a woman intervened, fired a shot into the air. Police arrived just after midnight and charged him with assault, reckless conduct, and unlawful discharge of a firearm. Meanwhile, family members of an inmate who died in DOC custody are demanding answers. The 55-year-old man was pronounced dead at Naval Hospital in July after being found unconscious. Frustrated by the lack of information, the family has waited 2 months for the autopsy report. DOC Director Fred Bordalio says they are still awaiting the chief medical examiner's findings. The circumstances surrounding the inmate's death remain unclear, with conflicting accounts from other inmates. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Doctors at GMH expressed serious concerns over a critical supply shortage affecting surgeries. Recently, the hospital had only 12 adult anesthesia breathing circuits available. 40 circuits were acquired from a hospital in Saipan, and 40 more were borrowed from another facility. But these supplies will last only about a month. The hospital is also struggling with a lack of linens and smaller surgical items. The fiscal year 2025 budget falls short, providing only half of the funds needed for operations. And lawmakers are temporarily suspending discussions on a $7 million bill aimed at reconstructing Simon Sanchez High School. This decision comes ahead of a meeting with FEMA representatives. Sanchez students are currently sharing facilities with JFK under a double session schedule. The bill proposes funding through excess general funds for fiscal year 2024, with a 10% local cost share required for FEMA assistance on a temporary campus. Amendments were discussed, but unanswered questions led to the suspension. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
All right, let me see what I can put together for weather today. Let me see if I can get a bird's eye view on this. Real Joe was outside for a second. Is it nice outside? Is it partly sunny?
Oh, God, it's beautiful.
Is it
Ray.
nice Guam day?
I don't know what we're doing in here.
Highs near 88 degrees. Easterly winds up to 13 miles an hour. I got east winds 6 to 9 tonight with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. They say tomorrow could bring in those scattered showers and thunderstorms. Partly sunny otherwise with highs near 88 degrees. Same thing for the evening forecast. Mostly cloudy with highs near 88 degrees for Friday. Mostly cloudy Friday night. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Rip current and surf warnings are in effect. Sunset tonight is going to be at 10 after 6. Never turn your back on a Guam sunset. It could go all orangey and red like it did when I wasn't here. But now I'm back, which means it's never going to happen again. I'll never ever see the light.
It'll be 80 years.
I know it. Yes, or one. I don't know. It's at 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Hold on. Interest rates are coming down, and that includes residential loans whose rates are the lowest in over a year. If you've been putting off refinancing your home or purchasing a home, wait no longer. And there's our home equity or HELOC program, which gives you money without touching your existing home loan at the lowest rate in over a year. So come see us at Bank Pacific, please, where we've been making home loans for 70 years. Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply. Member FDIC.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tumuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
I got you. 811 Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners. Douche. Douche, douche.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It was an Iranian missile, but not to worry. Taken out by American forces just offshore, and we were able to continue with the blurb on the radio thing. A couple of notes here, and last part of the conversation with Jimmy Craig talking about the threat against the Sinai that is posed by the NOAA. Not necessarily banning the wearing of Sinais as much as they want to control to the degree that the government does the capability of artisans to be able to go into the waters and pull out a certain kind of clam for which we use to make artisanal cultural jewelry up to and including the Sinai. And we'll return to the conversation a little bit later on. I did ask AI to help out and show me pictures of beautiful Guamanian women with giant clams. And I'll show some of those to you on the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live and ThePOINT.gu, et cetera, et cetera. In the meantime, Lisa is on the line. Lisa with a PSA. Good morning. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Ray. Good morning.
Buenas, how do I help you?
I'm actually calling to mention that on October 18, Friday, there's a proclamation at the governor's large conference room. It's a white cane safety day.
I know all about the white cane. When I was just a little boy, my stepfather Dave was a big member of the Lions Club, and we used to have a white cane day every year, and I loved it. It was a great fundraiser. He'd go around, he'd sell these little white canes, and whatever he didn't sell, I'd give to my G.I. Joe that I crippled.
Yeah, so we're having one of those on Friday, awesome. So I'm putting out the announcement for all of those who are in support of the white cane and for those who are blind that want to come and show us the support for us that use the white cane.
Yeah. Are you blind yourself?
Yes, I am.
Huh? Were you? I'm sorry, but if it's not too personal, were you born that way, or did that come on later in life?
I was born premature, so that had a lot to do with it. I was visually impaired until after I graduated from high school, and then that's when I lost my eyesight. So ever since then, I've been a user of the white cane.
And now, I don't know. I mean, I know a couple of folks that are in similar cases. Is it easier to learn to get around without vision if you're already used to it, if you were born that way? What are the challenges for people that maybe are in danger of losing their vision for whatever reason, diabetes, cancers, things like that? How tough is it to learn to get around, to train yourself with Braille and being able to take care of everyday necessities if you're visually impaired?
Well, what I encourage people to do is, if they are visually impaired, I encourage them to use their vision as much as they can. You can never prepare the heart and the mind for your vision to go, but I always encourage them to use whatever vision they have, and then if they don't have any vision, then that's when, they can go for more training, learning other things. So it has its challenges.
Oh, it's got to be. I cannot.
Yes.
I have a hard time imagining. I mean, just being able to use the Braille on the elevator and reading a book and training my fingers to be able to read all of that stuff. I mean, it's like learning another language, and I just don't know that I would be able to do that. Plus, I hate to say it to you, but I love being able to drive around. I love that kind of independence. If I want to go to the store, if I want to go to the doctor, want to go hang out with my friends or something, and just get in a car and go. That's got to be one of the biggest issues that you deal with. As somebody with a visual impairment, is not necessarily having access to that kind of independence.
Right. We just have to depend on loved ones and all of that, and but we we managed to, like for myself, I managed to get by, and thanks for loved ones who are able to take me, and then with the bus, I'm a bus rider, and then with what you said with Braille, I do know Braille. It's definitely an awesome way of communication.
Mm-hmm.
So
secret code.
Yeah.
Definitely secret.
Yeah.
Lisa, so this is why there's a White Cane Day. This is why we try to build awareness for individuals in our community that have got visual impairments. And frankly, you know what, Lisa, one of these days, if you're down for it, you can drive. I'll take you someplace. We'll go like a Home Depot parking lot when there's nobody there. And we'll go for. I'll let you drive the truck. What do you say?
Have you ever heard of those Waymo cars?
Waymo car? No, what's that?
That's the one in San Francisco where there's actually no driver in that car.
Ah.
Yeah, and someone was asking me, would you ride in that car? I said, for an individual who's blind, I don't know. But then in second thought, I don't mind, especially if there's a whole bunch of me and my friends or family, I wouldn't mind. But my family, back there when they went to the States, they said that the Waymo cars are the Uber's competitor.
Oh, interesting. Listen, so big proclamation signing going to be coming up. Lisa, anything else you need, just give me a ring, okay?
Thank you so much, Ray.
No, you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Always here for you. It's 8:18 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, until it's not going to be anymore. And Pika's best radio station, Pika's best radio personality. Now, speaking to Pika's best mayor.
Pika's best.
Jess Alec from the beautiful village of Petey. Buenos and Alpha Day. Mayor, how are you?
Alpha Day, I'm good. Long time no hear.
I know. Hey, how come they always send Hoffman on these trips with me and never Pika's best mayor?
You asked them.
He's got nice feet.
I know. Yeah, he's got gorgeous feet. That mayor.
It's all good.
I thought so. I'll see if I can bug Carl about that because we're going to Vegas this weekend, bro.
Nice. Win big.
Win big, yeah. Sure thing. I'll work on that. Hey, look, kind of a serious conversation. I'm sure you got it in your WhatsApp as well. But somebody sounding the alarm about a dire need with Child Protective Services to be able to get some foster homes ready to receive babies. According to the WhatsApp, as young as a week old. I'm not sure who we need to talk to. I mean, maybe you can stay on the line with and point Joe in a direction to find out what if that need still exists or what else needs to be done. But you and I have had numerous conversations about the need for foster families on Guam. So I figured I'd start with you.
Sure. Well, yeah. Well, we're not the authorities in it, but yeah, for sure, we're always trying to help public health find foster families, and we hadn't when we embarked on that campaign several years ago. I think we did our best to get as many families, as many people interested in trying to find out about fostering children, and I think we have been asked to consider it again. And the thing is, when we do it as a whole, when the 19 villages work together, it will certainly, be an effective campaign and effective program.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they continue to look for families. They do call us, individual mayors, depending on the situation, to see what we can do within our municipalities. But that's all real temporary. But I don't know as far as, I'm sure they're short. I'm sure of it, but I'm not positive as to how many, how much more they need. I know that the homes are full, like the group homes are full. So I would imagine that whatever help they can get for new foster families, new foster parents, I think they'd be willing to consider it.
Have you kept up with the numbers? I'm sorry.
I have not. But some might wonder why we continue to talk about Harvest House. And Harvest Ministries has really been the organization outside of BOSA, outside of public health, that have, they really focus their energy and their efforts on foster children and foster families.
It's literally just
I
one
always
family.
talk about
It's
that.
literally just the Taylors. With an army of people and an entire Harvest family that backs them up, but this is a husband and wife team, and they had already had a couple of foster kids when they were just starting this out. So I can't imagine how many more that they've got in the place. And it's not just someplace to put the kid. It's also all of the infrastructure that you need for children of different ages. So the word is going out. If you've got a place in your heart, and if you've got the tools that you need at your disposal to be able to care for kids of a certain age, then by all means reach out to Child Protective Services, because apparently the need is great at this time. Where does that stem from? What is the problem? Why do we have so many problems with parents being incapable of seeing to the needs of their children?
Drugs, probably. Drugs, alcohol. Families are just not the same as before. You can't apply the same strategy to a family today as you did even 10 years ago. When I was growing up, it's completely different from when you were growing up, and it's also different now. So we've evolved into a different type of a community, a different type. Our values have changed, and it's a bad thing. It really is a bad thing, and how we address it, I think. And we talk about the election, we talk about who we vote for, all of that really matters. And when you look at the foster families. Harvey, remember him?
Yeah.
Harvey is a foster parent, and he was the first one to mention to me, man, if you can help us look at foster family, payments. Not that he's looking for the payment, or not that he's after the payment, but he's the one who made me realize, gosh, we don't pay our foster families enough to support these children, and I don't think we've ever even addressed it at the legislative level.
Is there a way that we could figure out a pipeline so that if you are if you are a foster parent and you're taking on all of this, I mean, I know that there are grants and programs, but why is that not an instantaneous pipeline to the SNAP program?
Well, and that's the other thing, right? There are other sources, and so honestly, it's really the priority of the government, and it's evident that it's obviously not a priority, and it's sad because these children are our children. They're our Chamorro children, for the most part. Brittany can tell you that, take a look at how many children come in and what their ethnicities are, and it's not all Chuukese or all Filipino or Chinese. Predominantly, it's Chamorro. And again, our values, our family values have changed so much that, we might really have to go back to basics. And I don't think people want to even consider that anymore.
That's scary. We're talking about a kind of family structure that I grew up in, and if something had ever happened to my parents, never mind foster. We didn't need foster. There was aunts and uncles and godparents that that was it wasn't just decorative when somebody became a godparent. That was an actual and it was a promise that you knew that they would keep, that they would raise the kids, and in God's eyes, as it were, back in those days. And you're right. Now it doesn't seem like, even though everybody around here has an extended familia, it seems like the doors shut awful fast, a lot faster than they did in the old days.
Oh yeah, growing up, we lived in a I consider it a subdivision where, I mean, if my cousins, if my uncles and aunties were at home, they came to our house. If my parents were at home, we went to my grandparents' house. And everyone just kind of like skipped around, and if somebody watched you and somebody offered their help on that street. And so it's just kind of, you don't see that anymore, and it just doesn't happen that way. And there's just so many different reasons why. And I think we we're concerned about really the wrong things these days. So it's a big problem. And so, the AG's campaign, I mean, I know there's a lot of talk about that campaign, but until it hits home, you may not like his presentation, you may not like his approach, but until it hits home, you're probably not going to get it, and you're probably not going to agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you that it has hit my home. I think it's crazy, but it's the real deal. I mean, Mess is like that. It's like that for the user. It's like that for the people around the person, because it just kills everything. But yet we're going to sugarcoat it because it's not politically correct, or it's not nice, or being sensitive. That's the problem.
We got to stop being nice and looking the other way and letting things slide around here. We need to return, I think, to a world of tough love. Tim Flores online, and I agree. It takes a village to raise a kid. And unfortunately, there seems to be so many people in the village that kind of have lost their way on the kind of traditional values that we all grew up with. Interesting conversation. Hey, if you can do me a favor, as I said, I don't know who to reach out to over at CPS to confirm the nature of these WhatsApp messages and to see if they still have that need right now to take care of infants, basically week-old infants.
And then I'll send it to Joe.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you on hold if you got it already. If you got it already, then I'm just going to leave you on hold. Appreciate your time, and it's a serious conversation, so I'm not going to show the pictures of Mayor Hoffman's feet. I was going to, man. I was definitely headed there. 888-8255-888-TALK. It is an interesting conversation, and made that much more interesting because, and I don't know what the backstory is. We can make our predictions and draw whatever inferences we think that we need to draw on this. Why is it that there are infants in need of some kind of foster care in the middle of the night?
Activate the single moms.
Right on. Well, let's see what Elena has got to say about this. Buenos and Afide, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Ray. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. Kind of concerned about some of the stories and the headlines we're reading. Donna D. last newscast talking about how the hospital is short of medicinal supplies, surgical supplies, and even clean linens and blankets for the patients.
That's so true. And I just wanted to share with you this morning. I was waving at Route 1 and where the old flea market is.
Mm-hmm.
And the traffic light was off. So it was crazy. I mean, people were slowing down. I guess maybe it helped when I waved. But there was this guy he was high. And he came up to me and he started banging the pole. And then he went into the middle of the road. And he was even mooning people.
Oh my God! We've got serious mental health issues here, and they don't seem to be getting addressed, do they?
No, it doesn't. And he even said to me, he goes, "I need help." So I had to call 911. I'm sorry, I don't want to thank the police officers for coming out right away. Because he was asking for help.
Yeah, there's a part of me, I want to be hard-hearted about this and give these guys a hard time for whatever the causation of what their ills are. And I was like that right up until I saw the video a couple of Saturday mornings of that guy that attempted suicide by hanging himself on a dog tree down in Agania, right by the bank. Those final moments of desperation and just despair, and you think the only way to get out from under it is to end your life, and there's got to be a better answer. And I don't understand, with all of the money that we've got, with all of the brain power that we've got around here, with all of the so-called talent we've got around here, why can't we address this?
I think Guam Behavioral needs to dig out to their issues of what caused them to be there. I was getting worried too that he might commit suicide. He even goes, "I need help." But then he started banging with the pole. And
being scary again. We've got all kinds of people with all kinds of issues.
We do.
Elena, what were you waving for? What was the point of your waving? Are you running for something?
For mayor. Yes, I am running for mayor in Dedido.
Oh, hi, Avade.
How are you?
Avade, Mayor. Do you have the endorsement of Mayor Savares yet?
Not yet, but I got the endorsement of Governor Calvo and Governor
Stumpy
Camacho.
That's good.
Oh, she's a Republican.
Yes, I am.
Well, you've got. Are you sure you want that job, given what you have seen this morning? You know, I used to.
Oh, yes.
I used to think the donut place in Agania was the capital of crazy, but every once in a while, you know, when the moon is
It's
right,
everywhere.
you got Route 16 from about where the school is all the way up to up to the Micronesia Mall intersection, and sometimes that's the capital of crazy. You got that one woman that defecates in the parking lot. You got the other woman that sings rap songs and dances on the side of the road. And now you got the new guy.
I see that.
Yeah. Good luck to you, Elena. I wish you very good luck in that position.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate it so much, Ray. You have a great day.
You too. Buenas and Zanafade. Good luck on the campaign, but God help you if you actually win. I don't know. What's that kind of feel like, being the mayor of one of the largest districts on Guam, with all of the different kinds of people and all the different, just a spectrum
the big mom of
problems
the
that they've got to
village.
have. You'll need a huge staff. Hire that guy. After he gets better, one way or the other. Studio time, 8:32. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. We'll take care of some celebrity birthdays. And don't let me leave without giving away tickets to go and watch The Jets and Sapphire, October the 5th, over at the UOG Fieldhouse. Details are on the way.
See Nissan Guam first. With affordable options like the stylish Nissan Versa sedan and the street-savvy Kicks crossover, you'll love the wallet-friendly fuel efficiency and the smart versatility. Available Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration makes sure you're always connected. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at nissanguam.com today.
Hi, I'm Tom Fisher, and I believe in a woman's right to choose. I'm running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature, and I will continue to fight to protect those rights.
Attorney Tom Fisher is running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
Calling all chicken nugget lovers. It's time to get saucy with Wendy's. Their flavor-packed nuggets are freshly tossed and sauced to create 7 mouth-watering combinations of flavor, featuring crispy or spicy chicken nuggets tossed in one of 4 delicious sauces: honey barbecue, garlic parm, buffalo, and spicy ghost pepper. The Wendy's saucy nugs are available in 4, 6, 10, or 20-piece and served with a side of ranch or blue cheese dipping sauce for the next-level nug experience. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Saucy Nugs.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Oh, no, she's completely acclimated. My daughter, University of San Francisco. The weather report this morning was the expected daytime highs there would be about 89 degrees.
Oh, boy.
And
sweltering.
Where she's at right now in San Francisco, it's 90. She says, I can't believe how hot it is. I said, go to the beach. She says, I will. But I can't believe how 90 degrees. Where are we at today? What's the temperatures now? I think I got a thing on the screen that says so. But I'll dig that out and find out how much is it on Guam. 85 degrees on Guam right now. But I guess it's a different kind of heat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Than you get in
musty.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
All right. Well, she'll be okay. You can take the bikini over by the beach and go and have a good time. Now, a little bit earlier, I was talking with Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan, and I'll read a little bit of the presser that he went out where they're directing some fire on NOAA, going, oh, yeah, did you know that we use that for cultural artisanal jewelry and that kind of thing? Did you know that we make sinais out of that? And you're not a real man on Guam, apparently, unless you've got a sinai hanging around your neck. The bigger,
blood right.
the bigger, the better. Joe T. Sinagas, he's got this. We got the one thing that looks like like it's a shield. You could stop a bullet and a knife with the thing.
Bad for his neck.
Anyway. So I thought, maybe to help push along the story about how regular people on Guam need to get activated and show up to meetings and make their feelings known, I thought maybe I'd ask AI to show me some images of beautiful Guamanian girls with large, giant clams. And the first thing that I noticed about this is, yeah, it gets us. It knows what a beautiful Chamorro woman looks like.
Oh, my
But
gosh.
it doesn't know what the hell a clam looks like.
She's mestiza.
Is the thing. Look at it. She got the little dangling parts of the hair down the side of her face. Absolutely gorgeous. But those are, she's not holding any clams there. Got another picture of a woman
Dude,
here.
what are those?
These, I don't know. I don't know what those are, but they're not clams. What do you think that? What kind of
Looks
thing?
like a conch.
You got nice conches. Let me see. Here's another one where I asked another beautiful girl under a sunny hat down at the. It looks like it might be Tengisan area, with the big rocks and the boulders in there, and she's holding a thing. Certainly not clam.
What is that?
Not a clam here. We got to teach Grok what a clam is. Another beautiful island girl with a couple of I don't know. That thing looks like it could eat her. It looks like on the other side of it there might be gnarly teeth
That's
or something like that.
Balati.
It looks, would you? Okay, red flag.
Yeah, red flag,
The girl
man.
put a spiny balati near her face. And then there's this one here. And
There we go.
I don't know if it's as close as I'm going to get to Grok being able to sort out clams, but it might be among the prettier and more provocative pictures that it managed to come up with this morning. Donna D with a look at big news and headlines. Last one for the morning. We'll take care of celebrity birthdays and special events on the other side. Donna, what's going on?
Two 12-year-old boys have been arrested for making violent threats at local schools. They face charges of terroristic conduct and destruction of evidence. One boy threatened to shoot up BMS, while the other intended to cause mass harm at FBLG Middle School. Both are held at DYA. Authorities remind parents to monitor their children's online activity. And 24-year-old Raifini Jiko is in custody for setting a dumpster and a car on fire at the American Medical Center in Manilao. He faces 3 counts of arson following the incident, which occurred on Friday night. Court documents state Jiko admitted to starting the fires for fun after drinking. He is now in custody and awaiting further legal action. And the Guam Fire Department promoted 31 firefighters to Firefighter 2 at a ceremony at the Guam Museum, marking the first mass promotion since 2017. To qualify, firefighters had to meet national standards and successfully pass interviews. Jocelyn Sablon, the only woman promoted, encourages more women to consider a career in the fire service. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, let's see what we got going on here. It's World No Alcohol Day.
Oh, sad for you.
Help with that. It's also it's Audiophile Day.
Okay.
Audiophile Day. And so if you're wondering if you are an audiophile, go find Dr. Renee Colfin. She's got a box here, and you sit down. First thing that she does, puts the things in your ears, and it's the same thing they do to help test for babies and their hearing.
Raise your hands.
I don't. It's not a beep beep. It's just a thing that kind of.
It's a low tone.
No, it's not even
Only
a tone.
elephants can hear it.
It's a thing that goes in, and I don't understand how it works, but it basically measures your ear and will determine, number one, that it works, and number two, the frequencies that you're able to hear in. And she'd had the thing in my ears for 30 seconds and said, "Oh my God, your hearing is incredible."
Oh, wow.
And I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, it's perfect." I said, "Perfect for my age?" And she said, No, it's perfect. You have perfect hearing." So yeah, audiophile. That's a thing. I like to take the best possible headphones that I can get and put them in my ears and listen to cool tunes on the radio stations or Spotify or something like that. I think you can train your ears. I'm not 1,000% sure, but ask the doctor about that. It's Balloons Around the World Day.
Balloons, huh?
Yeah, like the Chinese one that moved through
With
here
big
not that
balloons.
long ago. Thank you very much. Balloons around the world. And that means it's Balloon Smuggler Day by extension. And we want to say good morning to all of our favorite balloon smugglers around here, including our new friend with those alien clams. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Balloon
good
Smuggler
morning,
there.
friend.
It's International Day of Nonviolence.
Wow, that's great.
Tell the Iranians.
Yeah.
International Walk to School Day.
No way, dude.
I used to be able to do that when I was living at Grandma's house. We used to be
They
able
weren't
to
abducting
used to be
children
able
back
to
then.
walk. Well, I mean, it was from Grandma's house.
There weren't any white vans.
To Cathedral grade school
Candy.
no, there were no white
You
vans
want
back
candy,
in those days.
boy?
That was like a 1-minute walk. Custodial Worker Day, Fried Scallops Day.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Scallops.
I love fried scallops. You dip it, just there's
Fresh or?
Oh, fresh. Oh, gotta be fresh.
Where do you get fresh scallops? Not here.
Where? I don't know. Ask the lady on the screen. Maybe she knows about fresh scallops.
They don't even know clams. How will they know scallops?
You make a good point. Okay, so here's another culinary favorite. It's Kale Day.
There we go.
Yay for
man. I've been waiting for this day.
All right, so
kale.
Is kale like you've got cauliflower, right? Cauliflower, when it grows, doesn't look like that. It's wrapped around with all of these leaves, kind of a dense, kind of thick kind of leaf. I believe that leaf is kale. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's
hemlock.
No, it's
That's
not.
poison.
You got you get the thing, and they take off and they used to just throw it away. I think until they said no, vegans will eat this crap. And so that's why we've got kale.
And they act like they're all high and mighty. Oh,
There's money in that.
Look at the kale.
I got kale. Okay, yeah, you got kale. All right, so Ray Gibson's latest regime, because I don't like to take medicine, right? So this is what I'm on. Jerome McDonald's his ears are going, wait, what? Okay, so this is what I'm taking these days to keep myself moderately healthy. Is I start with the turmeric, and I got a thing that has turmeric. It mixes turmeric
powder?
and ginger. No, it's a pill.
Oh, a pill.
Yeah. So that's pill number one. Pill number two is golly, it's another one to help my control the sugar. I forget exactly what homeopathic things are in it. Number three is the one that has vitamin D with the K backup build in it. And just because I didn't think I was spending enough money on hippie medicine from Amazon, I am now taking like super beet gummies. Beet. As in like the beet, as in the vegetable beet.
Juice.
Yeah, she's making a face. Yeah, I know that face. Because that's the face that I make when I eat beet. But it's supposed to be
Your
like...
skin's looking very nice.
I've got all the different colors going.
Yeah.
I got all the different...
But no kale.
Oh, hell no.
No
That's
kale
why,
pills?
that's why I take all of those hippie pills, so I don't have to eat kale.
estrogen.
Yeah,
More estrogen.
I'm sure it's in something that I'm taking. And finally, it's Pumpkin Seed Day for those of you that,
I love
that like
pumpkin
it.
seeds. That's the only pumpkin I
I didn't do the celebrity birthdays,
You
did I?
didn't. You skipped.
I skipped it. All right, Sting is 73 years old.
Wow, he old.
He's old, yeah. 73 years old now. Kelly Ripa is 53 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Elizabeth McLaughlin from Pretty Little Liars and Hand of God turns 30 years
Yes.
old. I think that's it. I don't think I've got a hand on... Rico says beets are bad for arthritic joints. Good thing I don't have that. Elena Garcia says cinnamon controls your sugar. Right, and so I have that with the donuts. Yeah. Cinnamon and
Main
sugar.
Street.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Wait,
Main Street. Hello.
my mouth is having a memory. Stand by. Cinnamon and sugar malasadas made by Joey Lopez's princess wife when she had the malasada store.
At the mobile in Agana?
Long time ago. Yeah. So you could get both kinds. One malasadas with just sugar on it, and malasadas with the sugar and the
so
cinnamon.
good.
Those best life ever, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8:44. Donna, that's it for you. Get out of here. God, scram you. Get out. Don't come back till tomorrow. It's 8:44 in the morning. Karina Balesta's on the line, right?
Yes,
From
sir.
Veterans with Benefits. Let me bring her into this because there's a big golf tournament that's coming up to support the vets. Venison off a day.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, you guys. Nice hearing you guys.
Well, good to have you on the line.
You guys know I say good morning to you, right? Like every morning.
I catch that, but sometimes it's after I've already read everybody's name. So I sometimes I go back, sometimes I don't go back. But
Fine.
wait.
Fine then.
No, it's okay. But because I also knew I was going to be talking to you today. Tattoo Shauna says today's show is hilarious. Clams and spiky balati. I can't breathe. She cannot breathe, Real Joe. No, I don't know. I got to put the picture back up on the screen. I don't know, but I like this one. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. My eyes are drawn to this one with the grok artistic version of the clams. Anyway, so I'm going to leave that up until I can find the poster that I have for your golf tournament. But let's fill in some of it because it's this weekend, right? Is this weekend?
This weekend. So, yes, it's going to be this weekend, sponsored by Budweiser. So, it's 2024 year of the Veteran Golf Tournament. This Saturday, October 5th, showtime 11:30, shotgun start 12:30. It's a two-person select shot scramble, modified double Peoria Callaway at the Onward Telephone Golf Resort. So, it's $250 per team. I'm not sure if we have any slots left. but you can contact Benny Paulino at 671-788-7487.
Hey, what kind of veteran are you? You didn't put his rank in there. What is it, like 5-star General Benny Paulino?
Retired. So that's Saturday. But you know, the interesting thing is, you know, Anthony was like, hey, you know, we should do a drone golf ball drop. And so Charlie Bella Wings is handling this for us. So what we're going to do is, and we're still selling them, and I know jokes are coming, but I'm selling balls for $25. And so it's $25 for one, and then $5 for 100. So what Charlie's going to do is he's going to drop the golf balls down onto the golf course.
Onto the players.
No, not on the golf course, and then whoever is closest to X marks the spot, I think that's what they did, will win $1,000 cash.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do I? So I buy my balls from you?
Yes. You have no idea how many jokes I received.
No. What do you expect? This is a veteran. This is a veteran thing.
Yes,
There's going to be jokes, and I think the best one will come from the Marines that are going to be participating. Now, do you have any like either veteran or active military celebrities coming by? You get the 36 wing commander out there, one of the new admirals that we've got, one of the two. I mean, we got two admirals because they only need one.
I don't know if General is back yet.
Oh.
But if he is, I hope he does come because it's going to be fun. So we have a lot of sponsors. We have Wounded Warrior Project. Have you met them yet?
I'm sure I have.
Yeah, so we have two representatives on the island. And then, there's so many. I don't know if I want to read all these sponsors.
Go ahead. You already mentioned Budweiser, but you can mention Budweiser a lot and talk about how there's going to be either Budweiser, Michelob Ultra.
Yeah.
Michelob Ultra will actually drop your handicap.
Yeah, so they're going to bring they're delivering all the alcohol there. They have we're gonna do tailgating. It's gonna be fun. So, but the golf ball drop's gonna be nice. So just I should have sent you the video so you could show it. But so Charlie is going to. I guess the balls are going to be in a net, and then they're going to drop them, and whichever's closest to the X marks the spot, win $1,000 cash. So you can still purchase them. If you're listening, you can contact me, send me a message, call me, 671-682-7631 to purchase your golf balls. We only have 250, and I think we're already almost over half of that sold.
Okay, so I mean, not a whole lot of time to get involved. There's a story I was looking for, getting into other veterans with benefits conversations, and there is what is the PACT? PACT. What's that?
PACT Act.
PACT.
Is that what you
Yeah.
did a veteran call? Okay, so the PACT Act, so whenever veterans say, I want to file PACT Act, you're not filing the PACT Act. What the PACT Act is, it was a law that was passed that said, hey, we know you were exposed to something, and now we're going to take care of you.
Okay.
So that was a law that was passed. So what that is pertaining to Guam is exposure to Agent Orange. So if you're on Guam from 1962 to July 1980, you have been exposed to Agent Orange.
That's fact now. That's no longer disputed.
No longer disputed. It's law for veterans.
Okay.
For if you were stationed there or if you went on leave there. So that's what's covered. And, of course, there's a whole I know there's a lawyer that's taking care of civilians, right? And so I know that's still in the works. I know he has a list of civilian names that he's collecting. So we have more info on that. If there's a civilian out there, you are in Anderson, and you want to get on, this class action lawsuit that he's collecting names for here in Guam, then you can. I don't know the lawyer's name. Anthony does, but we can get that to you.
Okay,
But
I could have sworn there's a story that I had in my pile. That's the noise you hear is me shuffling all the papers trying to find that story because there has been some kind of an update on it just recently, and I wanted to make sure that that everybody had it. And if anything, I'll send it to you, and you and Ant can talk about it on Monday night.
Oh, definitely. And then we also were at the legislature yesterday for Telo's hearing about bringing a hub here on Guam.
Oh,
We were
yeah.
there.
Yeah, but it's just a hearing on a resolution. I mean, I wish there was stronger language. If there was a way that we could send a stronger message to Washington, D.C., the Pentagon and VA about that. It seems to me like, okay, who's going to say no? Who doesn't want that? But you know, it does lead to other questions about you know, the VBOC. Is it going to be the VBOC Lite? Are they still talking about doing that over at GRMC?
Oh, so that's the annex. So yes, the annex is still happening. It will still be opening early 2025. That's the building next to GRMC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That
All
will
right.
still be
So
open.
I mean, it sounds like sounds like a long way away, but as we discovered yesterday, we're only 3 months away from 2025. Here's the story out of Honolulu, Hawaii. VA Pacific Islands Healthcare System will hold a PAC Act registration and community call event from 10 to 6. November 2nd and 3rd at the Micronesia Mall.
Okay, so they come out every quarter and do that. So what they do is they come and veterans can get an update on their claim. So they basically corner off a ballroom somewhere, and they have computers set up, and veterans pick a number, and they go and they sit with someone from Hawaii, and they find out the status of their claim. So it's basically a bigger version of what the office in Teton does here on Guam. So that's what they do. They come here every quarter, and they don't only go here. They go to the other islands as well.
That's got to feel like a family reunion. First of all, you know, they're talking about 20 toxic exposure-related conditions and generations of service members. I mean, you're just talking about Agent Orange. That goes back to the 1960s. And now conversations about burn pits and things like that brings, you know, all of the potential downsides right up to 2024.
And I think that's, you know, and Ray, that's right. You know, I think that's what the issue is a lot of veterans are not informed, and a lot of them have given up on the system. So when you try to tell them that something new is happening, they don't want to believe it or trust it. So you're kind of like pulling teeth, you know, like, come on, there's a change, there's a law. Come on, it you know, includes you now. And some of them just feel slighted, and they're like, no, I don't want to come.
I've heard the story 100 times from lots and lots of different guys that said, you know, you're eligible for this. Yeah, but they told me I had to wait for somebody from Hawaii. I don't want to talk to anybody in Hawaii. Why can't we do this here? Never mind, Busta. You know, so I don't know what I fought the war for if they're not going to take care of me afterwards. And I'm like, they actually kind of are in a lot of different places, but you kind of got to know all the different all the different vehicles and the venues that you've got to take to be able to line yourself up with the care. And as you and I talk about, and one of the reasons why we have a program here called Veterans with Benefits is so that you people can become aware of all of these, and it's not just for you. I mean, if you think this is, you know, the benefit is just you, forget about it. There's all kinds of benefits that will also accrue to your spouses, to your children, and you need to stay in the game and stay plugged in if for no other reason to take care of them.
Yes, definitely. Well said, Ray. Thank you for, you know, for the show. Because you're right.
I pay attention. What can I say? 8:54, Karina. I'll talk to you pretty soon. And what number do people call if they want to get your balls?
671-682-7631.
Okay, don't forget, put that on the website so everybody can see it, okay? I'll approve it right away. 855-888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the telephone number around these parts. Where do we get to go in the next couple of minutes? Are we done? Oh, Joe says I have to take a break.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, I forgot, man. Here it comes, the break. I'll be right back.
On Guam, family is everything. But for many, we're getting sandwiched between caring for our aging parents and for our kids and grandkids. It's a blessing, but for some working families, it's challenging. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad because caring for family shouldn't be impossible. A key priority for me will be working to expand federal support for childcare, fully fund universal pre-K, and increase access to elder care insurance and assisted living. It's great for the economy, but it's also great for families. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Half a day and mabuhay. I'm Mary Ann Suyal Lujan, Vice Mayor of Guimban, Iloilo, Philippines. My husband, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. Senator Jesse fights to reduce inflation, improve healthcare and education, rebuild tourism, and combat crime. Please vote for Senator Jesse Lujan. Thank you very much, and si Juus Maasi.
I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Get ready, Gotham.
It's time for the premiere of Joker, Folie à Deux. Join us Friday, October 4 at 7 p.m. Regal Cinemas as we dive deeper into the madness and mayhem of the iconic Joker. Want to be among the first to witness this chilling sequel? Tune in and let the games begin. We're giving away exclusive tickets to the premiere. Tune in to the stations of choice broadcasting, The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Experience the madness on the big screen. Joker Folie à Deux, brought to you by Black & Gray's Studio.
And by JV International.
Just hold on first. 888-8255-888-TALK. Inspired now by that conversation with Karina, I've asked Grok, my artificial intelligence image generator, to make me pictures of Chamorro women playing golf on the beach in bikinis.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
I'm just,
What?
Hey, how about that? If you're otherwise, there's a golf tournament here like every week, right? And I wanted,
that looks like Guam.
I wanted to make it look like the par 3 over at Telefofo Golf or the
I
Onward
love
Golf
it, man.
up in
Nice.
Manila, where they're going to put the new hospital.
All right.
A lot of questions. Did you see that press release from Chris Barnett the other day?
I did.
I did as well. It did not get as much coverage as I thought it was going to get. I'm not sure if I've got it in this email account, but I'll see if I can dig the thing out. No more backdoor. Wait. There's more to it.
I think deals.
No more backdoor deals.
There we go.
We demand honest answers. Hold on. Change the picture. We demand honest answers. Dishonesty in politics is no longer an acceptable tactic in political dealings. In response to the recent statements made by Governor Leon Guerrero regarding the location and plans for the construction of a new hospital, Senator Chris Barnett has issued the following statement, quote, right from the start, the governor vehemently opposed the construction of the new hospital at the abandoned Ipao Point site, citing a range of reasons from an infestation of little fire ants to congested parking and a fault line as significant as the San Andreas Fault in California. However, despite the governor's objections, a measure was passed by 8 members of the Guam legislature, making the construction of a new hospital more feasible and financially responsible. Instead of signing the measure into law and commencing construction, the governor vetoed it and shifted the blame for the delay onto others. In particular, Senator Barnett. First-term senator further saying, well, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I have some questions that need answers, and I don't know that there have been answers forthcoming from the governor's office. But I think these are important questions, i.e., who are the property owners of this land that they've got out there? The governor failed to provide details on the $10 million land acquisition deal she tasked the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority with in May. Who will they be buying that land from? What is the secondary question is what's the going rate for that property right now? Is it $10 million? Yes. Or is it if I just bought the scrub now, right? Pennies on a square meter. But since now the governor wants to use it to make a hospital, all of a sudden the value of my scrub has gone up now to $10 million for that property. The proposed acquisition cost for the government of Guam in relation to those properties. Are they situated within a flood zone? Are there any sinkholes present on any of the properties? Are the properties being acquired at their assessed value as indicated in the most recent Rev Tax Real Property Tax Assessment Roll, or is the government contemplating purchasing the proposed properties at the asking price? Is that the appropriate way to do this? Who's going to get rich?
Oh my God. So what is she
taxpayers?
saying basically?
Basically, you have no say.
KUSG, I got you. Stand by now. Time to get caught up on all of the world's troubles here. Fox News on the point.
She condemns the attack. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Vice President Harris says she has always ensured Israel has the ability to defend itself after Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles into the country.
Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East, and today's attack on Israel
only further demonstrates that fact.
Harris says she was with President Biden in the Situation Room as the attack unfolded. Former President Trump campaigning in Dane County, Michigan, make that Wisconsin, claimed the world is falling apart since he left office and called the Biden-Harris administration grossly incompetent. The U.S. military provided assistance to Israel to fend off the missiles.
The Pentagon had expected an Iranian ballistic missile attack in 2 phases. This barrage of ballistic missiles came solely from Iran, we're told, and was about twice as large as the number of ballistic missiles Iran fired in April. 2 U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers fired about a dozen interceptors at the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. It's not clear how many missiles were hit. The USS Cole and the USS Bulkley fired the interceptors. Both guided missile destroyers were based in the eastern Mediterranean to help defend against Iran's anticipated attack.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. A little less than 2 hours from now, the vice presidential hopefuls will face off in a CBS News debate.
The Trump campaign says Ohio Senator J.D. Vance is prepared for tonight, but at the same time, they're also acknowledging that his opponent, Governor Tim Walz, is, quote, a very good debater. Now, reporting out of the Walz camp depicts the governor as nervous before the head-to-head matchup against Vance, while calling Vance a, quote, slick debater.
Fox's Brian Yennis. The number of dead from Hurricane Helene now more than 150 as cadaver dogs and search crews continue to look for more victims in western North Carolina. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
A Kentucky sheriff accused of killing a judge has retired from the force.
The decision is not connected to first-degree murder charges leveled against now former Lecter County Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins, that from his attorney. The 43-year-old is accused of walking into the chambers of Judge Kevin Mullins, fatally shooting him September 19. The attorney said Steins made the move to let the next sheriff continue to protect his beloved constituents while he addresses the legal process ahead of him. The Lecter County Judge Executive will be responsible for appointing a new sheriff. The Kentucky Attorney General's office is collaborating with a special prosecutor in the case. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Attorneys for New York City's mayor have accused federal prosecutors of leaking information about the investigation that led to his indictment last week.
Lawyers for Mayor Eric Adams are asking a judge to hold a hearing into claims of leaks, referencing investigation articles in the New York Times published over the last year. Mayor Adams told reporters on Tuesday that grand jury testimony is done in secret.
We have a system of justice where we try cases in courtrooms, not in boardrooms or the streets.
Resisting calls to step down as mayor.
I will be at my court appearance tomorrow, and I don't need an acting mayor because I'm an actual mayor. And I'm going to continue to lead the city. That's what I was elected to do.
Adams is charged with 5 federal counts, including bribery and fraud. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
U.S. job openings rose unexpectedly in August. The Labor Department reports employers posted 8 million vacancies in August, up from 7.7 million in July. Economists had expected openings to be virtually unchanged. On Wall Street, stocks pulled back from their records after the escalation of tensions in the Middle East. The Dow lost 173, the Nasdaq off 278, the S&P minus 53. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone, and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
Half a day. I'm Annette Ada. My husband Tony and I have been together for more than 40 years. He's an amazing husband, father, and grandfather. Tony has always answered the call to serve, whether it be as a soldier in the U.S. Army, as a member in various community organizations, or as a multi-term lawmaker. This coming November, please give him the chance to once again serve our island. Please vote for my husband, Tony Ada, for Senator. Thank you.
I'm Tony Ada, and I approve this message.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
What happened? Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And you know somebody in the house that needs to put together like a decent credit record, especially if they're young, like 18 years old, something like that, and they've never really had a job or had to pay off a credit card or anything like that. Send them to Nissan. Nissan's got this great first-time buyer program. And they first of all, they got a bunch of great rides, super affordable, $150 here, $160 there per paycheck. And then the way it works is you get the guy to apply, they will approve it, and then everybody drives away, and they're happy. Payments low enough, mileage high enough so that it doesn't cost you a whole lot to use the car, and then you can make those monthly payments on the vehicle. Do that in plenty of time. Maybe do it so you can pay it down a little bit faster. Banks absolutely love that, and they'll hit you up with super easy financing and low monthly payments guaranteed. No cosigner is required either. It really is a great program. If you got somebody that's first time and you want to keep them around and happy, but you don't want to have to drive them around a lot, that's the way to do that at NissanGuam.com.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's time to bring in some guests. Turn on every microphone in the room, or most of them, because it's time to talk with my very close friend, or personal friend, long time ago, Francis Guerrero. Buenas and half a day.
Half a day. Good morning.
Always nice to see you. There's Remax guys in the studio.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Remax Diamond Realty.
Remax Diamond Realty, as opposed to Remax.
There's Remax Realty Group.
Do you have Remax tinfoil? Remax aluminum can. That's all I can afford. I don't know about this. I don't know about this diamond. You're gonna need to sell me up on some stuff here. Anyway, Francis in the studio.
Talk to Liz. She's loaded with diamonds.
Hey Liz, how you doing? Let's go. When are we gonna get together over at Mescla again? Speaking of Liz, isn't it about time that we had like one of these like real estate and all of our friends showing up at Mescla in Agana?
We're gonna need to do that.
See Chef Peter.
I'll make a note.
Let's see what we got going on. Maybe for the after the 5K party. And Madeline Compass in the studio as well. Madeline's been, I don't know, she's freaked out because I've got all these images of AI chicks on the screen. You know, the ones with the clams and the ones in the Kill Bill outfits, and the Japanese one with in the orchard. And she's like, oh my God, I'm afraid for the future. I'm afraid for our children because there's just so much happening with the AI.
Unbelievable.
Where's it all going to go, right? So for me, the fascination is being able to do text to images because I think that's neat. I think before too much longer, hopefully Grok and Grok 2 on Twitter will be able to get me from text, not just to images, but text to actual video. Which will also be interesting, and then there's the down the road where and this is going to be weird for Madeline, and I think most people with common sense is you'll be able to take these different characters that you create in social media and then give them video capabilities, motion, and then vocals. And then maybe you turn them into your assistants, and they are with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you got questions, they've got answers. It's like, hey, Siri or Alexa on steroids. And we're getting really, really close to a point where they are going to have master's degree level educations and experiences built into the AI. I mean, it's they say next year, early next year, we'll see how all of that plays out. Now, you were asking me about practical uses for it, and so I asked Grok, the future of real estate on Guam. Is poised for significant evolution influenced by several key factors. Number one, what do you guys think number one is?
The settlement from NAR, absolutely.
Really? Okay. Military influence. Guam's strategic importance to the U.S. military, particularly with the realignment of Marine Corps forces from Okinawa, is driving substantial investment in infrastructure. This military buildup, projected to cost billions, not only boosts construction, but also increases demand for housing, both temporary and permanent. Due to the influx of military personnel and their families, this demand often pushes real estate prices up due to the combination of increased need and OHA, the Overseas Housing Allowance provided to military families, which can inflate market rates. There's tourism recovery and growth, local market dynamics, foreign investment, regulatory and legal landscapes, the cultural and environmental consideration, technical integration, economic diversification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It took Grok maybe 10 seconds to put all of this stuff out there, which in my mind is kind of amazing, given just the nature of technology. It goes and gathers all this information, and then all of a sudden, blah. Now the other part though is the thing is where you guys are going to be indispensable is. It will need to be balanced. Not everything that AI does or says is correct the first time out.
I was just going to ask you that. Do you believe everything it says? Not just that, but other questions that you've asked. Have you okay, maybe this
I always
make
bounce
sense?
it across somebody else. I'll always say, okay, listen, you're in the real estate game, Madeline. What do you think about this?
No, I mean, I think that's correct.
Yeah.
But it's very general and still very vague.
Yeah.
And it's, I think most people already know that. We have definitely used the Chat GPT also. But yeah, I'm just very amazed by all of this. And I'm wondering if you've ever wondered, oh, maybe this is not true. Or now we're thinking, I believe everything it's telling me.
Well,
right?
like everything on the internet, you check. Check the references. Always go back and forth.
For sure.
Grok, what Grok will do that is kind of interesting is it also cite some of the references. Grok especially will take a lot of information from tweets and news stories that it finds on Twitter, and it will put those down at the bottom so you can kind of scroll from one to the other and see what the background is. And if you look at it and go, oh, that dude's a flake, I never trust him, then you learn where to discount the information.
Right.
But that's just Grok. Chat GPT and some of the others, you have no idea where all of that is and what their citations are. But fun stuff anyway. So why do I have real estate professionals in the studio? And if I wasn't busy trying to do all of this stuff and convince Madeline that it's not just for boy stuff on the thing, there's also actual information that I can get from it. I was going to find out if I could get an AI text to image of Guamanians in the zombie run. And to see what that looks like. I might check that out while you guys are describing it. So tell me about the zombie run. When is that?
October 19th.
That's soon.
Absolutely.
A couple of weekends away from now.
A couple weekends away.
Okay. What do I have to dress up as a zombie, or will there be zombies there? Will they be real zombies, Francie?
There's going to be real zombies.
There's always real zombies somewhere.
This is not the first year you've done this, right?
No, we're on year 3.
Okay.
This time,
I thought it was a familiar conversation.
Well, this time we're hosting it at Leo Palace.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me let Madeline know.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so go. Tell me about it at Leo Palace.
Yes, we're super excited. Shout out to Leo Palace and, of course, the Guam Running Club. The scene has been set, right? We're going to be out there October 19. As Francis mentioned, events start at 3 p.m. and the 5K, 2K is at 5 p.m. And yes, there will be zombies along the way.
Right.
And we also have Pit, the rock climbing. They're going to have their train rides there. We will have food trucks and something very new this year. Last year we did have a haunted house. But this year, we've actually collaborated with Breaking Wave Theater Company.
Hey.
They're also a local nonprofit, and they will be running the haunted house for us this year.
Oh, isn't that excellent? So it's an evening run.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so
it's at 5 p.m.
Right. So depending on, we're in that part of the year where it'll get cooler earlier, I think, and so I think that's going to be beneficial to everybody. I think we got sunset tonight at 6:10, which means that the sun is probably going to be going down a whole lot earlier by the time it's the 19th. 19th.
Yes,
so
we did move the time.
yeah,
because
it'll
of
be
that. We
warm,
checked. Yes.
but it won't be like blazing hot. It's not like running at 10 o'clock in the morning or 9
but more
o'clock.
importantly, we wanted the runners to be finished before it's completely dark. So we moved it up to 5 p.m. this year.
So here's what I've actually run a race over at Leo Palace once upon a time. The Japan Club had this, and it was a costume race as well. They had theirs in the morning, and here's what I know about that course. If Richard and Manny are using the same course that they did for
it was recently, right?
Yeah, just recently, just a few months ago.
Then.
So it's the same course.
Yes.
Okay. This is Ray being friendly Uncle Ray. There's hill.
Yes.
There's hill. You will start, and it's a nice little jog, and then it'll get you kind of around the corner by the ball fields and the pool and all of this stuff. It's a gorgeous view that you get, and then you start running through the housing area.
Yep.
And we've got the housing area, and that's beautiful. And that's a nice little downhill jog. You will feel the gravity. You will feel awesome. And this is one of those things. Open your stride. You're going to love going down this hill. And at some point, you get into a little bit of a flat here, and it's nice and flat for, I don't know, it might be nice and flat for a quarter mile or something like that. And then it's the last mile. You guys know about golf, right? The golf courses are built on hills for exactly for that experience.
Yes.
We want to be a nice long 5s and nice long 4s or something like that. We're going to go downhill. There's going to be that's where the green is at, and it's just gorgeous and it's all scenic. But here's the thing: you have to now run back up to the starting line. And that will be a jog. And I want to say there's another golf course, the Mangilau Onward, where they've got a 5.5K that they do every year. That's another one where you're down a hill, and it's a fantastic time. And then you've got to make your way back up to the clubhouse where everything starts. And it's about the same thing. So keep that in mind. Bear in mind that you are going to need to keep some in you for the last about mile of the race, because there's a nice uphill that you're going to have to get through.
Yes, we did the course in a golf cart.
In a golf cart.
But yes, actually.
But totally worth it.
Yes, we've also partnered with the Leo Palace community, the neighborhood. We do have a contest going on. If anyone from Leo Palace is listening, the contest, you can still enter. So they're decorating for the run and obviously for Halloween. So like you said, it's going to be a scenic view, and along the way, those houses some of them should be decorated.
I think that's great.
Yes.
And some of them, because it's nighttime already, guys, you ought to be able to hand out some refreshments, some kind of beverages of one kind or another. Certainly some cold water for the runners, especially just before they hit that hill.
Yes.
And if you're wondering what I'm drinking these days, I'd be happy if you had some Michelob Ultra on the course. Did you ask the Budweiser people to sponsor yet?
It's a kid-friendly event, so
The children's arc.
We'll keep that in mind for next time.
Oops. Sorry. Oh, it's hot in here now, you guys.
Don't worry, water along the way, and then we can party after.
Right on. No, because there's places to go and hang out. Is my recollection. 9:18 in the morning. How do you sign up? How do we get people signed up? How much it costs?
So it's $15 a race bib. You can register online at thechildrensarcinc.com. You just scroll down and it will lead you to Guam Running Club's website that they set up for us that you could register.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
And you could pick up the bibs this weekend. Saturday, Sunday will be at the mall, as well as next weekend. It's 11 to 4, or you can pick it up at Remax Diamond Realty Monday to Friday, 8 to 5.
So I won't be able to buy a bib at the race?
Yes, you can.
can.
Oh, you still can?
Yes.
So $15 is the advance
Pre-race.
purchase,
Yeah.
and we're running a special buy 5 get 1 free.
Ooh.
Yep.
Okay.
So bring your friends.
Yes, definitely.
And then race day.
win a lot in the raffle.
You can do that.
Yes, you can.
And then race day, it will be $20. You can come race day, register, and get your bib there.
Okay. Well, yeah, I like to show up on race day and pay the extra, because it's usually to a good cause. And as you say, this is a good cause. So the difference between $15 and $20. But as you also point out, you can buy multiple bibs, get another one for absolutely free.
Yep.
And whether you hand those out to your friends and family that come by, or you just get a shot at winning. Listen, we're talking to Remax people, so the prizes are going to be bomb. What are you guys going to be giving away in the raffle when it's all done?
It's a surprise.
What?
You have to show up.
Airplane ride, big screen TV, motorcycle.
There are some United goodie bags. Oh, and thank you for bringing that up. We are handing out to our first 500 finishers, goodie bags to adults and children.
Excellent.
And we do have a lot of free items also. We're giving away free popcorn, free snow cone. And yes, there will be fruits and water, obviously, along the way.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a nice nighttime event. Should be all done just around.
Because we've got the activities, it means we open the doors at 3. Even if you don't want to run, bring your family because the food trucks, there's the rides for the kids, the haunted house. Yeah. The runners go run, come back, and then hang out with us because we'll stay up there till about 9.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's going to be kind of a all day, all night event, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's got to get you ready for the Halloween and all of that. Get the kids all primed up for this. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mentioned Budweiser as a sponsor, but that was that we might also want to link that into your actual sponsors and say thanks to them on the radio for helping out.
Yeah, so we got 3 different levels of sponsors going on. White Walker's the top level.
Okay.
Do you like that?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I asked Grok to make me some images for the zombie race. So let me put these up on the screen while Francis talks about some of the sponsors. The zombie run in a 5K, and this is what it's looking like, ladies and gentlemen. We got one totally green zombie on the screen, but he's got a big smile on his face as he's towing up to the start. Who else is sponsoring?
So White Walkers, there's Remax Micronesia, Mescla, KOM Care Force, Sty Fresh Barber and Toys Tavern. We've got Pacific Federal Management and Transportation Management Group.
Nice.
Our next level, Frankenstein, we've got Duenas Camacho and Associates, DCA. There's Bank of Guam, American Medical Center, Alpha Insurers, MLS Guam, Blue Water Realty, and Rocky's Pet Supplies. And then we've got a third level, Thriller. Why do you laugh? You're gonna look
Thriller.
like that.
Yeah, no, because I'm a zombie run, Thriller. Okay, it makes sense.
Why not? There's a costume contest too. You need to dress in costume and run so you can win.
Well, here's some on screen right now are some costume ideas that you might want to pursue as you want to be the winning zombie, be the guy that literally can scare the heck out of everybody on the course.
So then Thriller sponsors, we've got GFS Group, SPPC, that's 76 Circle K. There's Coast 360, Triple J 5-Star Wholesale, Salt and Light Realty, Buena Vista Estates, Capital Kitchen, and AK.
Gotcha. Why do I want to say there's a thing coming up at Capital Kitchen soon? They're doing another fundraiser, and that seems to be turning into just a great venue to get people together. So I'm glad that they're taking some of that goodwill and putting it back on the course for you guys. This is not the only fundraiser that you guys do, right?
So earlier this year, you might have heard of Guamopoly. That was us as well.
Okay.
But yeah, so as Francis mentioned, this is our 3rd zombie run. And, this is all fun and games, but we do have a bigger mission. We are a local nonprofit. So since we've been around in 2022, we have given out $50,000 worth in grants, mostly focused through medical needs. So we do have a program. So I just wanted to remind everyone, this is definitely for a great cause. And so we're definitely looking forward to seeing everyone there and supporting.
It's Halloween. People love dressing up. This is going to be fantastic. I think it's going to be well attended and so much fun. You want information, again, you can go to the Guam Running Club. What's the name of the website that you'd send people to?
thechildrensarcinc.com.
Okay, now I don't recall if you've done this yet, but go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web and make a submission. Just go to community on the screen. I'll put that up on the screen now so everybody can see at the same time where it says community. Let it hover there and then submit an event, and it will take you to a page on that. And you can upload your flyer. You can upload all of the information that you need, and then our listeners will be able to get all of the information, websites, phone numbers, prices, and times and dates everywhere across the Choice Broadcasting Network. It will show up on Star 101. It will show up on Boss 104's website as well. So you were completely covered. Get that in there today. And that works for everybody. If you've got something big going on and you want to let everybody know about it for absolutely nothing, we don't charge for this. Just get it on the calendar, fatten it up, and don't make any other plans for October the 19th because that's when you're going to be running over at the Leo Palace. And remember what Ray Gibson said. Leave some gas in the tank. Don't spend it all in the flat. Don't spend it all running twice your speed on the downhill. You need to keep some in the tank for that last mile, literally last mile before you get back to the finish line.
Or you could take the family on the 2K.
Oh, there's a 2K as well?
Yes, it's 2K, 5K.
5K.
So there's an option.
It's embarrassing when the little kids beat me, so I don't know about that.
You know what? You can make it a weekend because Leo Palace is also running a local hotel special.
Promotion.
Really?
Yeah, running a local promotion. So if you wanted to check in for the weekend, attend the run.
Okay, wait, no. Okay, you gotta, what's her name? Find Michelle, because I need to talk to somebody there. They just got a new general manager, right? A few months ago?
Yes,
yeah. So they're a lot more aggressive these days, and aggressive in a good way, about inviting people over to check the place out, and they're adding some new things in there. But I used to go there for some of the older things. They used to have this great buffet in the hotel building, so that's back? Do we have that, or are we saying, yes, that was a good buffet?
I think it is actually.
Okay, so I'll double check on that. What about the bowling alley?
Ask your AI.
Ask AI. Do we have the buffet back at Leo Palace?
Bowling alley, I think they're still working on it.
Okay, bowling alley.
Coming back,
there was a great karaoke bar right next to the bowling alley as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah, it used to be. That was one of those spots where you could go to. You want to talk about your hole in the walls? You're in the middle of the island. Nobody is going to find you unless you want to be found at that spot. 9:26 in the morning. We cover everything. We nail down all.
Can
the
I
details.
just say two things,
of
please?
Course.
Okay, so
Who says no to you?
The haunted
You're like
house. Thank you. The haunted house, they're $5, and you can purchase them at the door, or you could also purchase it on the website when you get your race bibs,
Yep.
and then.
Or
Also,
come
you
by
can
the
pick it up
office.
at Remax Diamond Realty. And then I just wanted to do kind of a call out. We are still looking for volunteers, so if there's any schools out there, preferably, in the high school level or clubs, or just any other organizations that are looking for community service to volunteer, we are definitely looking for volunteers as zombies throughout the course.
And somebody,
so please
Francis
give me
will
a
be,
call.
Francis and Madeline will be happy to sign off on your forms here.
Oh, yes.
They were there for 20 hours.
Yes.
20 hours in a zombie uniform. We don't have to worry about credits anymore. We will write it up for you, the entire thing. 9:27 in the morning. Francie, thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Madeline, thank you very much for coming by, and good luck on selling everything. Did you want me to send you the AI thing and what it said about real estate here on Guam?
Yes,
Yeah, just kind of curious to see how much of it is for the real, and how much of this might be artificial data, made by artificial intelligence. More Ray Gibson stuff after these.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Junigan Charvers. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Wednesday, October 2nd. A man gets 10 years in prison after admitting to molesting a young girl known to him. Defendant Benjamin Narita pleaded guilty to criminal sexual conduct charges before Judge Vernon Perez in Superior Court. As KUAM reported, the victim told officers the abuse started in March 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic lockdown. The case unfolded in 2022. Narita was given credit for the time he's already served in prison. Next, it's unclear how much closer police are to catching the suspects involved in 2 recent homicides. The homicide investigations unfolding separately last month in Dededo and in Jigo. Guam Police Chief Stephen Ignacio remains mum on the case, only sharing that his investigators are still working to solve it. As KUM reported, one man's body was found inside a burning home along Chalan Careta in Dededo. Days later, the body of another man was found inside a home on Chalandoni Street in Jigo. Though not much information is being released, authorities continue to ask the public for assistance. And finally, the race to watch here at home is between incumbent delegate James Moylan and opponent Ginger Cruz. We're now less than 1 week away from the candidates taking the stage in the first debate this election season. The KUM News 2024 congressional debate is set for Monday, October 7th. We'll be coming to you live from the Encore Theater inside the Crown Plaza Resort in Tumon. You can watch the debate Monday, October 7th at 6:30 p.m. following primetime on KUAM TV8 and streaming on KUAM's Facebook page and YouTube channel and on Peacock. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscast on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. And don't forget to watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local. Junigan Charfris, KUAM News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Senator Duenas fought to get $20 million in additional education funds and $30 million appropriated to GMH. Senator Chris Duenas' Malik legislation will put more police officers on the streets, and Senator Duenas is always ready to take on Guam's newest challenges. His housing bills will allow for greater construction flexibility. Re-elect Senator Chris Duenas. Focus, balanced, ready.
I am Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
I know, this one kind of looks like somebody you know, digging into the AI for more of these images of zombies. This time I asked it for a local girl in a zombie run, in a 5K, and it looks like there's a couple of them in the background ready to do some zombie snuggling or something like that. Wendy's has brought back the 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin. Then figure out what sides you want. Maybe you want coffee. Maybe you just want some of those cool potatoes they've got there. Pick 2 for just $4. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Oh, wait. I don't have to. I'm pointing like we're going somewhere. Oops. I'll sort it all out. I'm sorry. Just I'm stuck in the world of artificial intelligence these days because sometimes it seems like artificial intelligence seems to be having more fun than actual intelligence floating around here. We get all kinds of big stories that are it's the continuation of the feel that I've had for most of 2024, and it's the feel like we're living through crazy historic times. I mean, everything seems to be a little bit more than just pedestrian, a little bit more than normal. It feels like everything here is something that is pillars of the planet shaking. We've got the Iranians that tossed 180 missiles. Now, I got questions about the origin of the missiles and whose money bankrolled that, and I wonder how much of that was bankrolled by monies that were sent to Iran by the United States of America in their appeasement strategies. And no, if we send money over to them, they won't use that to buy weapons or otherwise fund terrorism around the world. They're going to use that to improve their economy and manufacturing and their ability to take care of all of the people of Iran and maybe help them out with their energy projects. You know, nuclear energy. Yeah. That's what they were going to use all of that for. So I wonder just how much of that. I mean, we know that we got spending a lot of money to defend Israel, but I got to question how much of that was made possible by the appeasement of Iranian intentions by the United States of America, i.e. Harris and Biden. And that's the other question that we've got to ask ourselves this morning with all of these big stories here. You go to different news sources, and they will point out what feels like interminable delays in getting aid to these Hurricane Helene-stricken areas where there is zero infrastructure left. And people are, clawing at Starlinks and things like that in order to get to the internet to be able to find out what the news is, what the latest is, how to communicate with each other, so that the departments and agencies can begin the work of putting these communities back together. And I don't know, and it sure doesn't sound like the administration just kind of leapt into that, does it? Where was he, on the beach in Philly? Is that where he was? I don't know. Where was she? On the airplane, doodling on a notepad. Did you see that? There was it was all over the place. They've got one of these. Here's Kamala Harris trying to look, like she's contemplating and writing down important details in a speech, and she's got a little earpiece in her ear and like a headphone in her ear.
I saw that,
but it's not connected to the phone.
No,
just kind of dangling in her. It reminds me. There's a picture of Barack Obama. In what looks like a political situation room out there, and he's got a phone to his ear, old style phone to his ear. But the thing is, it's upside down. He's holding the phone to his ear upside down.
Yeah,
but
nice
otherwise,
try.
it's a serious-looking picture of a serious candidate, Barack Obama, addressing some kind of constituent burden or something like that. And they're trying to make Kamala look like she's a real human. But can you imagine Kamala trying to deal with, and even this Walls guy, trying to deal with the centuries, the conflict between Iran and Israel? Given what we know about Kamala's position on Israel and what's his face? Netanyahu. We know. Was anybody at the airport to pick the guy up the last time he got to D.C.? So I don't know about that. So that's disaster number 2 for them. How are they dealing with getting all of the aid needed out to where the hurricane has devastated entire communities and ripped out all of the infrastructure from under them? Situation number 1. Situation number 2, how are they going to deal with Iran and Israel? They've been trying to get Israel to come to the table on some kind of a ceasefire all this time. And the last time that Israel agreed to a ceasefire with the Hamas started shelling again. I mean, you can't trust these guys. They're like holding a cobra. You know you're going to get bit. Just don't know how bad it's going to be. And my guess is outside of some help from the Navy to throw down some of those missiles that were coming in, I think the Israelis are perfectly happy to go the rest of the distance alone if they need to. 9:36 in the morning, and then there's the third one, which is how they are going to deal with this strike, this dock worker strike now that has got thousands. What they say on Fox News? 44,000 of these guys that have gone on strike as of midnight East Coast time. And what is the impact going to be? Will it be immediately felt by businesses, by individuals, by folks in the car game, by folks in the construction game? All of these different industries that rely on shipping and transportation all of a sudden ain't going to be able to call their forwarder and be able to get anything out of the docks. Now, the President of the United States can invoke Taft-Hartley, which would get them back on the job, to which the union has already said, yeah, okay, we'll go back to work. But, used to be able to load like 30 cans an hour. I think we're going to make it, 8. We'll do 8. 8 feels good.
We're going to move in slow-mo.
Yeah, exactly. Fine, we're working, but, we don't work for you. You can't make us work as fast as we want to. We're still going to be going for, I think they want a 50% raise. I think that's what they're shooting for, is 50% of the going rate. I don't know what the going rate is for a guy on the long shore.
Jeez.
But can you imagine? Okay, give it to him. Where's that guy? How is that going to get paid? That's going to get paid out of
Ukraine will pay for it.
Ukraine will pay. We'll make Mexico pay. But if he does invoke Taft-Hartley, yeah, people might go back to work, but it will be seen as a slap on the face of the union and all of the other sympathetic unions as well, and that is going to cost the Democrats an election. Not that the actual union members have got a lot of love for Kamala Harris and Walls, but maybe it's going to be even less if push comes to shove and the White House looks like they're taking aggressive action against the union. So they're in a delicate position in all kinds of different places. Are there any of these one individual scenarios that you think Kamala Harris would be successful doing on her own? Just pick one. Pick one of the 3. P. Diddy. Somebody say, what about the P. Diddy thing? The Sean P. Diddy Combs will show it all, says Steve and Liz. And I'm going, okay, well, even that is one of those things that they say could be a potential October surprise. Chris Frank says, I heard Trump had to cancel an event because he had no security for him because they were assigned to the Iran ambassador visiting the United States. I hadn't seen that one.
I did. I saw that, man. He showed up and they had to protect the Iran guy.
Yeah.
The guy they're fighting.
But didn't the Iranians? But the Iranians threatened Trump, didn't they? They said they were going to send out a hit squad to
5 teams.
Yeah, to splash the Trump Force One. I don't know. Chris Frank says the ladies on the screen definitely looking for men with brains. Zombies run. Fun conversation that we managed to have most of the morning, and hope you've been able to get some love out of this. Around here, we've got our own issues. Among them, what to do about those pesky Chinese, not the boat people, but the pesky actual Chinese that sent over a missile the other day. And that got people talking around here, and Post Courier from Papua New Guinea bothered to see if they could get some commentary from people here on Guam. And so they reached out and talked to Jimmy Craig. Jimmy's response was, hold on. The incumbent Guam delegate says he advocated for the needed funding for the Guam missile defense system being proposed by the Department of Defense. This includes over $500 million, $500 million in fiscal year 2024, $600 million in FY 2025, which is scheduled to be voted in November. According to the Republican delegate, while DOD's combat preparations on Guam are mostly military-centric, discussions on contingency plans are quite scant, if at all, on the civilian side, which is where they reached out to Ginger Cruz, also running for Congress, to get her sentiments. I agree with both of them. I agree with both of them. Iron Dome, any kind of way that we can avert the risk of any of these pesky missiles coming in from those pesky Chinese and the pesky North Koreans, I think that's a good thing. Any kind of defensive capabilities that we can build like an Iron Dome, okay, great. But I also agree with Ginger calling for high-level coordination with the White House to enhance our civil defense, create civilian shelters, and harden our infrastructure. I would take that a step further and find different ways that we might be able to educate people on Guam about the hazards of some of these missiles. Small ones all the way up to the big ones. What do we do? What do we do if all of a sudden they decide to rain down on Guam the same kind of missiles that the Iranians chose to choose in Israel? And what if some of those get through? If you're a kid my age, maybe a little bit younger, you might remember seeing, and my guarantee is that almost all of them are painted over, but you might recall seeing these little designs on buildings that said that they were bomb shelters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There was a logo on the building, and that was one of those things that you identify. So wherever you are, that's where you go. And there used to be in the front of all of the phone books on Guam different ways that, different sounds of the siren that we needed to be listening for. One is for typhoon, and another one is for earthquake, another one is for tsunami, and there's another one, another different sound that they make for the nuke attacks. They had all of that stuff in a primer in the front of the phone book because everybody on Guam had a phone, and everybody on Guam got a phone book from the actual Guam Telephone Authority until they started letting private publishers do that. But honestly, in Taiwan and South Korea, I'm sure they have drills. When was the last time that you heard about a drill? We used to call them fire drills back when we're kids. You get all the kids and line them up by height out in the hallway, and then eventually sister or the teacher would walk everybody out to the parking lot, over by the cafeteria, maybe as far away as the Plaza de España, which was tough for the kids from St. Anthony. I mean, that was a long walk for them.
No, they didn't go down.
Okay. I'm just thinking about, for us
Yeah.
but we had drills for those kinds of things because all of the nuns knew all of the stories about schools, in particular Catholic schools that got burned down and all the little kids were burned up inside. Those were the stories they'd tell us to get us out of the classroom real quick. And it apparently has actually happened, at least in the lifetime of some of these Mercy nuns. At any rate.
So we need missile drills.
We should have. There should be some kind of do you know what to do? In case of some kind of
head between the knees.
Yeah, where do we
Kiss
go?
it goodbye.
We've got it. We're in a hard building here, but is it hard enough?
I don't think so.
To withstand the kind of
That's
pounding
the kaboom
that the places like Gaza has gotten. While some residents may be concerned with the presence of this 360-degree defense system on island, the reality is that we live in a different time, an era, with adversaries who are not just a few hours away proximity-wise, but also have specific capabilities, said Moylan. Ginger Cruz said the threat looming over Guam underscores the urgent need to bolster our island's preparedness. We must dramatically expand funding for Guam's civil defense, homeland security, and the National Guard. And to which I say, this is not a debatable point. I agree with both of them. They're both urgent in my mind. The defensive capabilities of the island and preparing all of the citizens, residents. I don't know why citizens is too hard to say right now. I'm feeling something in my throat, Joe.
We need 100,000 person bunker raid that they should build.
You know, they found that new cave over
In
by
Manilao.
Tatuha? Yes. By the Triangle Park in
That's a
Agana?
big cave.
Is it big enough for everybody?
Man, we'll
what about
squeeze in there.
the ones in Agana on O'Brien Drive? I mean, could we huddle
Those
into there?
tiny little ones.
Uh-huh. We need to protect our home, and yes, we need our big brother's protection. God bless our island, he says. What's that? Jose says, preparing for any massive attack on Guam. Number 1, make my peace with God. Number 2, everything else. Everything else.
Amen, brother.
Just if they're going to drop a really, really big one, just let me know. Give me as much advance warning as possible. I want to be able to get a 6-pack of something and then go hang out at the beach and watch the last of the show right there. But the rest of the article, this is kind of interesting. For most residents, it's just another day in paradise. China's missile threats don't prompt Guamanians to change their daily routines. I don't know why anyone can predict what China's plan is enough to be truly prepared, said Nadia Holm. Hi, Nadia.
Oh, wow.
Not scared at all, says we've been in this situation before with North Korea, and I'm confident that the U.S. military can thwart China's threat, says Gina Tabanaris Riley. I know there's all these are my Facebook friends.
Wow.
We're all connected. Edward Pingwan Lu, a Taiwanese businessman who's been a longtime resident of Guam, said he got worried a little bit, noting that China has fired missiles into the Pacific before. I never underestimated the possibility of serious conflict between China and the U.S., says I understand Chinese people's cultures and behaviors. I know Chinese are very good at doing vocal things, but if they really do something, especially something they didn't usually do before, it's absolutely needed to figure out their decision-making process of having the unusual things happen. What if the Chinese have got a massage just like the Israelis do? Anyway, there are lots to ponder in that story, and as usual, lots to ponder on some of the other things. Online at thepoint.gu is our online poll today, the listener poll. Should the teen terrorists be charged as adults? They have been accused of terroristic behavior. Therefore, I feel it is appropriate to refer to them as young punk terrorists out there, terrorist wannabes. I didn't do my homework. My girlfriend broke up with me, and I don't want to see her. Oh, she broke up with me, and I'm going to make them stop school so she doesn't see that other cuter boy with that other. Kids got weird haircuts. You seen the haircuts?
Yeah,
they got these
that's a weird
like
stuff,
mushroom
man.
head thing going on.
Yeah.
He's got his mushroom head is.
They call it the Edgar.
The Edgar?
Yeah.
His Edgar's better looking than my Edgar. I must stop school somehow. I must, otherwise they'll spend time together and they'll hold hands on the bus. I can't let it happen. Punk. So they've arrested 2 additional minors in connection with the school threats. The question online is, should the teen terrorists be charged as adults? Your options are yes or no, or the parents should be charged. The parents need to be charged on this. I'm sorry. Parenting is hard. But there is no greater job, there's no greater task in the world, and I think there's no greater reward than the reward of raising good kids. And sometimes that means that you've got to be diligent. You have to be vigilant as well. So when they're walking around with their phone and you happen to look over their shoulder at the phone and they immediately hide it, well, what are you hiding? No! I'm not your friend, I'm your mother. I'm not your friend, I'm your father. I want to see who you're talking to. Oh, sorry, Dad. Screen protector came back. A screensaver came back on. I'm sorry, you can't look at it. Give me the password. Oh, no. Oh, no. Give me the password. No. Give me the phone then. No more phone.
Password's always daddy.
No more phone. It might be a little bit tougher now if you buy the kids that new iPhone 16, or if you got them a 15 and it's got the iOS 18 on it, because it will allow them to hide their little chatty programs from you. You can eliminate it from the home screens.
That's crazy.
You will be able to hide it, and even if you were able to find it, they can biometrically lock it.
I knew she was cheating.
Yes. Yes. Oh, there's a lot of dads out there listening going, Ray, tell me more about this feature that allows me to hide my Tinder and make it so that even if she sees the Tinder, she won't be able to open it without the biometrics. And there's women listening right now going, oh, yeah, I'll be able to unlock your phone with your dead face.
Ooh.
No,
They
no,
know. Now
yeah,
they
no.
know.
You need. I think it needs to be an aware and moving face. I think they've got that built into some of the biometrics on it. Stephen Liz says they can have their phone. Just take their chargers, or who's in charge of the internet in the house. Do you have one of those gizmos? Have you figured out how to smarten the your routers out so
Yeah.
that mom and dad
throttle it down?
Don't turn it off. You can just turn those things off. You know,
It's so slow that it's unbearable.
I know somebody that has time limits on the amount of time their kids can spend on the phone at home.
Oh my God, that's communist.
So you've got homework time. You've got time to be social, maybe do a little bit of research, hang out with your friends, do texting with your friends, and then there's dinner time. No phones at the table. After dinner time, maybe a little bit of more phone time for you. And then bedtime, non-negotiable, 9 o'clock, bedtime. All of the internet, except for the grown-ups, go off. Period. Goodbye. Say goodbye to your friends. Oh, darn, the internet's off. It's like when the airplane leaves. God, what a spooky feeling that is, isn't it? You sit there and hope that this is one of those airlines that has got the Wi-Fi in the air. And I'll tell you, the last 2 airplane rides I've been on did not have Wi-Fi in the air. I couldn't even get to. And the guys over at United, you got to fix this. Hold on, let me just a travel gripe. I don't mean to gripe. And usually the flight attendants are pretty cool about it because I'm the most polite guy on the airplane, and I make it very clear that I'm a polite guy on the airplane. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll make little jokes with them when they hand you the hand sanitizer so that you can wipe down your tray where people change their babies' diapers on. They give me that, and I always make a joke about, oh, this is so good on toast.
Oh, this ginger ale's so strong.
It's good. So they come over. The guy came over on the way over to Japan. The guy comes over with the meal. Says, "Would you like a drink with this?" And I said, "Yes, I'd like a cold beer." And guy says, "Okay, can you show me your QR code?" And I went back to the United app to show him the QR code, but I couldn't get to it because I didn't have internet on the airplane. And the guy says, "It's okay, Ray. I believe you. Here's a beer." I believe you. I understand. And gave me a beer. I'm not going to say who it was either because I don't want to get anybody in trouble because I didn't pay. And you know why do you have to pay for beer in the back? Why is that mandatory? I don't get it. Have you seen the prices you're charging for the actual seat?
It should come with the flight.
It should come with the flight. Everything should come with the flight.
2 free beers with the flight.
Girl should walk you into the bathroom. There ought to be a concierge in there. There ought to be somebody with a cologne and gum and little earplugs or whatever it is. There ought to be somebody in there seeing to your needs for the price of a ride to Japan or a ride to the Philippines. I'm just saying. But for what people are charging anymore for that stuff, I think we ought to go back to the day where everything was free. And what the hell, since I'm yakking about, can we get a smoking section again?
Of course.
I was okay. Let me finish the first story. So on the way back, same different deal. I remembered to put the QR code in the phone. I screen capped it, and the guy comes over. Same thing. You want something to eat? Yeah, whatever the chicken thing is, I'll eat that. And he says, "You want a drink?" I said, "An ice cold beer." And he gave me the beer. And was it a he or she? It was a she. And I showed her the QR code. And she'd already gone to the thing and said, "No, never mind. I know you're in here. It's okay. Never mind. We're not going to charge you for the beer, Mr. Gibson. Have a safe flight." And I'm like, "Dude, just keep coming back then." What else do you have? I finished the acai. Do you have Stella? Okay, let me have some of that. And the lady's like, "It's only 3.5 hours." I said, "I know. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to wipe you out." But where was I going to go on the other thing? You remember where I was headed with that conversation?
Oh, I do.
You forgot.
You were going to give away tickets.
Oh, my God.
I forgot, man. Let's take a break and then give away tickets.
How long is the break? Because it takes me time to come up with it.
2 minutes.
It'll tell. I don't know if I can.
A little
come
less
up with
than 2 minutes.
Oh my God! I don't know if I can handle these. So much pressure. So much pressure. And I think the only thing I've got is a joke. What's the difference between roast beef and pea soup?
There we go.
Anybody can roast beef. We'll be right back.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
I'm Rachel, mother of 4. Babies born on Guam are more likely to die in the first year than anywhere else in the nation.
I'm Tom Fisher. We have to turn that statistic around, and I've introduced a bill in the Guam legislature to do just that. We have to save the next generation of Guamanians.
Vote for attorney Thomas Fisher. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
Happy day. I'm Jesri Sky Lujan. My dad, Senator Jesse Lujan, is running for re-election as your senator. He's dedicated to serving the people of Guam. Please vote for my dad, Senator Jesse Lujan. Thank you. Si Juus Maasi. Maraming salamat po.
I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Oh my God, I feel bad for Hawaii and Oahu. They've got a new infestation of the invasive koki.
Ribbit.
Hold on. You've got to be very careful here. I don't want to lay out too many clues. That's the basis of our question. For 2 tickets to go and enjoy the Jets and special guest singer Sapphire, I'm thinking of you. That's the song. That was the big song. And they're absolutely free. All you need to do is answer this trivia question. What kind of varmint is a koki? What kind of varmint is a koki? Is it some kind of a flying creature? Is it a bug? What kind of critter is a koki? If you know what the answer is, all you need to do is call me and tell me. There's a whole other word for a koki blank. Do you remember what it is? 2 tickets to go and enjoy the Jets. I'm going to start with line 1. My name is Ray. What's yours?
Ed.
Hey, Ed, how you doing? What kind of critter is a koki?
It's a frog.
It is a frog, correct. Thank you very much. And you can thank Real Joe for the ribbit clue that he gave you. We used to have a lot of koki frogs here. Is that still a problem? Do you know? Are there places where you can't sleep because of the noise of the incredible loud decibel noise of the chirp of the kokis?
Not really. It's the tones that I hear in the swamp areas.
Yeah, really down around Sassa on Marine Corps Drive. I know it well. Ed, I want you to hold on for a second. Real Joe's going to say things to you that only winners get to hear. That's right, it's a koki frog. And the drones are going to be used to control frogs that are being found at higher elevations in the Ko'olau Mountains. Invasive kokis have been found at higher elevations than previous infestations. Agriculture confirmed this in June following a report from a hiker. The distinctive chirp of the koki roughly 200 meters below the summit of the Kuli'au'au Ridge Trail on the leeward side of the mountains. Surveys were subsequently performed by Forestry Division of Forestry and Wildlife and the Oahu Invasive Species Committee, estimated that 13 acres of forest are infested below the Kuli'au'au summit. The new infestation, I just like saying Kuli'au'au. The new infestation site presents several logistical challenges. The remote location, steep slopes, inaccessible by foot, and highly variable weather prevent crews from using traditional hose-based spray systems to deliver a non-toxic citric food additive mixed with water that is used to control the frogs. Apparently, it makes them sterile, like listening to the show. And as a result of that, then we might be able to control them. I wonder if they've got, if maybe you get Charlie Hermosa and Bella Wings together with some of these guys, and maybe there's a way that we can identify places where we've got these LFAs and use drones to be able to spray some kind of LFA annihilation sauce all over them so that we can go hiking again. I was telling you about being a part of the coastal cleanup a couple of weeks ago and loved going out there, but the second I reached for a can or bottle in, I mean, it wasn't even deep into the boonies. It was like I was right there underneath the leaves of the tree. I reached in and my shoulder bumped into the tree and then I started getting bitten by the LFAs that were in that area. There's some spots over at, and I'll tell you this right now. Next time you're over at Gun Beach, not on the beach bar side, but over on the Goknya side, a little bit closer to the cliff. There's some trees back there that likewise have LFAs in them. So be very, very, go pee-pee. Don't pee-pee there. Go pee-pee in the ocean. That's where you want to go pee-pee, because if you pee-pee in the boondocks over at Goknya, there's going to be some parts of you that are burning. And it's not like the good Department of Public Health and Social Services burning. There's a whole different pain involved with it, and some people can handle it better than others. Most of the people I know are good with it for about 20, 25 minutes worth of that particular hell, but I do know people that have to deal with it for hours and hours of agonizing burn pain. Anyway, what was it, 10 o'clock in the morning? There's no football today, but we'll all get together again tomorrow. It's going to be the Thursday version of the Ray Gibson Show. More exciting conversation and more incredible news. Let's find out what's gone on in the world in the last hour with Fox News on KUSG Agania. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert ready to take the stage. I'm Lisa Lacera. Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance will face off in a CBS debate in less than an hour.
One campaign source says Walz